This
This
conference will
conference will
now be
now be
recorded.
recorded.
Good evening, and welcome to Stars International. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of Targeted Massachusetts or Stars International. Okay, and now we can go right ahead. Go ahead, ma'am, you were speaking. I guess that silenced everybody. No, we can still talk exactly the way we were a second ago. Okay. Well, one of the things we're going to discuss this evening is the demand and release of Michael Large. And I have a letter here from Skizit. And I also have a YouTube from Ramola, who is actually interviewing Lorraine from New Jersey concerning this problem. Now, the same exact thing happened to Lorraine. She was actually taken from her home, and the attendant pushed the door open, as a matter of fact, to grab her. And there are so many others. Anybody care to comment?
Oh my God.
Oh, that's a good comment for sure.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Elaborate.
I know I'm kind of worried that might be happening here pretty soon. I mean, at least you can see who's coming towards her.
Yes, how are you doing?
Oh man, not very good.
Yeah, I can't imagine being target at the same time being blind. It must be a real challenge.
That's not even half of it, Frank. I mean, they are going so postal today. I mean, they just lost their mind, about a couple days ago. I mean, I was sleeping just fine for 3 weeks, and then they decided, all right, you've had enough. We're taking over again. I mean, is this what goes on typically with other people?
Not with me. They'll have 3 days where they'll calm down, or should I say rest up, probably from Dave Case's CD. And then they go, great gun, just like they did before. And it's all over again.
Good thing I'm caught up on my sleep. I've got this light in my eyes. I don't know how much of it's the RP, retinitis pigmentosa, or how much of it is the material that possibly could have been placed in my eyes to cause this light.
Oh, okay, yes.
Have you heard much about that? That's something I'd be interested in studying more about.
Pigmentosa?
No, the light. It's called photopsia. But
okay, there's a lot that's being done. They have shots now, I guess, for a lot of the eye ailments. Of course, naturally, some of them they don't. You must see like a dull haze, or do you see?
No, this thing is. If I've slept, it's tolerable. I mean, it's a pain, but I mean, it's more down to a dull roar. But if I have not slept, or I've got these people so agitated or whatever, it's like somebody put GE towers right behind my eyeballs, and I have to look at that. I can't get away from it. I can scrunch my eyes up, it's still there. I can shake my head. I mean, it just doesn't stop. I mean, I'm serious as a heart attack here. My he's not going to be my doctor anymore because I don't feel safe with him coming to my house. If he's going to recommend that I go take shock treatment for this.
Shock treatments? I really don't understand how that's going to take the dullness out of your eyes or the whiteness.
Well, he didn't call it shock treatment. He called it it was very sanitized actually. It's called electromagnetic something or another. But I went and looked it up after he took off, and it's shock treatment, Frank. I mean, it's pure and simple. I'm not as stupid as people think I am. So I can't have him back here because I'm concerned for my personal safety.
Okay, you're picking up some kind of vibe from him then, huh?
Well, he wasn't. I don't know. And he doesn't wash his hands, and I've been sick from him a couple times. I mean, the least you could do is take an alcohol swab or something and clean your hands. But you don't know where he's been. He could have been you just don't know because he does, they call them home visits. They don't call them house calls. And you don't know if he's been with somebody that has the flu. I mean, that's why I went to the emergency room 2 months ago. It's because I had some chest pain and I had this rash all over me. And my home health person, oh man, I know she's definitely a TI, but I don't talk to her about any of this stuff. But where she works, they don't have the proper precautions, and she's brought me stuff. So between her and him, I've been getting sick just left and right and stayed sick. And then I moved into this building where I've been sick the whole time. So I don't know what's going on. I hope you all are doing better.
A little bit. It seems like the day of the calls, I usually get slammed around, but not today for some reason. I don't know. I think they're probably resting up for me to go to the doctor tomorrow.
Oh.
But
you're going to be all right.
Oh, I'll be fine. As I was saying earlier, before a lot of you got here, I would like to speak about the demand and release of Michael Large. He's in Pennsylvania. And I'd like to read to you a letter from Skizit. And if you can get in touch with her. This is her rendering. Hello all. We need to form a group who will be fully informed and capable of working as a team to address each event of arrest for psych evaluation. We need some people who can work together and share information in order to get people out of the arrest before a hearing occurs. It is a hearing that they are declared psychotic or delusional. So if we can team up to get them released before that happens, that would be great. The problem is that the victim is railroaded through a hearing with no representation or attorney. They are not heard nor understood, and they at least need to advocate who can speak for them. Michael had a hearing in a closed room with a panel of psychiatrists and doctors in secret and was declared delusional and psychotic. We ask that each person who cares enough to stand along with the victims write what is known as a letter of support. This is a written statement of what has occurred, why, and what you want to affect, namely the immediate release of the individual. It needs to be dated and signed. If it has the name of an organization, that would be great too. I should include no personal information about you. It can even be done anonymously. Doctors and hospitals do this for profit and to give the TI a lifelong memory of injustice and label which is a mental burden.
Dorian. Yeah. Yeah, man. No problem. I'm gonna call you, man. Please. Thank you.
The doctors and hospitals do this for profit and to give the TI a lifelong memory of injustice and a label which is a mental burden for the rest of their lives. We need everyone who is willing to write one of these statements and send to the head of psychiatry and the CEO president of the hospital so they will have it on Monday morning. Michael has been made helpless, has been denied communication, and is being held a prisoner. Both I and Romola have written our letters, which are attached. Probably too long, but to address every issue, they get long. If you need a sample of letter in support, please just Google it. If you want to volunteer for the organized effort, please let me or Romola know. Mine and Romola's have sent. These are not to be published anywhere on the internet. All correspondence regarding any psych eval information is considered confidential. Any meetings regarding any TI should not be broadcast to the public. Strategies should be confidential. And here are the fax numbers. There are free online digital fax services. No need for a fax machine. But I have those numbers for those of you who would like to participate. I haven't checked with Skizit today to see the progress of what is actually going on, but I did get an email from Feather. She is working actually another line. If she is here, I would love to hear from her. I'm trying to think. She's working with Court Watch, I believe. And she's trying to do the same thing through a different procedure, we'll call it. Okay, number 2. Would anybody like to comment on that? I'd really like to hear how you guys feel about that.
I'll sign the letter.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, those of you who would like to participate, please send an email to me, frank@targetedmassachusetts.org, and in the subject line, just write Mike. That's all you have to put there, and I'll know who you are.
Right, what?
Michael.
Okay.
That's all you have to write.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly. And it's to Diane E. Custer, MD, hopefully her last stand. She's the chair of the Department of Psychiatry, Abington Hospital, Jefferson Health. And the fax number is 215-481-7570. And this is to President and CEO Stephen Glasgow. Fax number 215-955-1122. And that's signed. And I'm going to put Romola's interview in the chat. I know that many of you who probably have had an opportunity to see it, but I'm going to put it there anyway. Okay, that's up in the chat. I know there are a number of you who have had similar incidents happen. We've had Kim, who has had, not exactly the Kim who is here right now, but we've had Kim run into a similar incident, and she was interviewed by Ella, and she was interviewed by myself. And we've had Melissa down in Georgia. God, the list goes on and on and on. I should have brought that list out tonight, but you should see the pile of paperwork I have. Okay, just to move on for a second here. Does anybody else have anything they would like to add, or? Okay, great.
Hey, Frank, that you said this guy Mike. I was a little bit late in getting in here. He got committed to a psychiatric ward against his will.
Yes.
Okay. Tomorrow I will send you my email address. I'm gonna try to help. I'll sign the paper or anything I can do to help.
Okay, that sounds great, and I will provide you with the letters that are attached so that you can use those as a template.
Okay, you can just fax those to me.
Fax them to you. I could, but at the time I don't have a landline. I have the equipment, but no landline.
Okay, well, email will work.
Okay.
I'll just send you my email address tomorrow. You don't currently have it, I don't think. I kind of new to email and stuff, but I think I figured out how to do it somewhat.
What's your first name again?
This is Steve from Georgia.
Okay, Steve.
Yeah, I hate to see that happen to anybody because that's what I think they may be trying to do to me as well.
Yeah, it's happened to David Burby from Maine almost. And I'm not sure, but it may have actually finally happened. But he did the same thing. He discussed with his congressman by email, or it might have been registered mail. I'm not sure at this point in time. But he did the same thing, and the same thing happened. So there's a button you push, and if it means anything to do with TI, it's like you are going inside for at least an evaluation.
Wow.
Incredibly demeaning, incredibly unfair, especially since he's a United States. So it's a terrible occurrence. Okay, I've got a couple of other items here. I'm waiting for a guest, maybe from New Zealand. I'm not sure. He said he just got Skype, and I don't know how it works when you're overseas going back this way. But it seems to me that he'd just be able to click on the link and just get in the chat. And because I know he has a computer, so we'll have to see. Because we have people from all over the world on here. I mean, every time we're on. Caller 25, your mic's open. If you'd like to say something, just hit *6. That will open your mic. Okay, finally admitted. New tech can beam voices directly into your head. This just came to me from Ann from New York. And technology has literally taken over society. And they go on to say, I don't think this world's flown even 10 years ago. And now there are openly reporting on this as if it's just great, as if it were literally zero concerns or potential downsides to this new technology. And she goes on to say that's mind-blowing. But what I will say is, I saw on YouTube a gentleman that was technical, and he took a laser beam and a stereo, a receiver on the other end, and he shot across his yard with a laser and delivered audio to the other side. But he didn't deliver it to someone's head, though. That's quite a different thing altogether. But they finally admitted that they're doing that. So all of this technology, I keep on telling everyone, this technology coming forward increases our chances every day of this being overturned and found. There are too many angles or facets of the tech that is coming forward now. And it's something that we just got to sit back and actually just wait for. There are many battles that we will have to fight in the meantime, but all we have to do is start pointing at some of these items. And Lorraine, I was just telling everyone of your interview with Romola. If you'd like to explain a little bit about that, that would be great. Okay, I'm sure she'll come on here in a second. Okay, now the psychoacoustic effect of infrasonic, sonic, and ultrasonic frequencies within non-lethal military warfare techniques. Exploring the use of audio to influence humans physically and psychologically as a means of non-lethal warfare methods through both the 20th and the 21st century. And I have a link on that, and it's extraordinary. Actually, this link is to myself. The term infrasound defines itself as the inaudible frequency range below the human bandwidth of around 20 hertz. When discussing infrasound, it's often associated with acts of nature, sources such as Fuego volcano in Guatemala emitting 120 decibels of infrasonic sound ranging around 10 hertz. Georgia State University, no date. It is with occurrences like this that calls for a large amount of infrasonic monitoring to counter natural disaster detection and people doing this to us. Beyond the use of infrasound detection, is audible to us has been researched throughout the decades to investigate its effects on the human body, one of which is its application to military usage. And I don't really want to get too deep into this because I think there's another topic we can look at here.
Hi, Frank. It's Lorraine.
Hi, Lorraine. I was going to ask you if you wanted to explain a little bit about your interview with Romola D.
Sure. We had a part 1 and part 2. It's if anybody's interested, it's Romola News Break 13, part 1 and part 2. And we were discussing the psychiatric reprisal. For those of you who do or don't know, on December 10th, I received a phone call from my local police department that they wanted to drop off what is it called? They've never given me one before, to document the items lost in my house, stolen from my house. But that was a ploy. The ploy was several hours later, a police officer shows up with a mental health assessor and decides that I need a mental health assessment at the local emergency room. So this has been happening across the country. It's medical fraud, it's insurance fraud, it's wasting taxpayer money. People are profiting off of it. So Romola decided that she wanted to, discuss this openly, and also that a local police officer is suing the police department for some of the very things that all targeted people complain about. This police officer was actually forced to undergo a psychiatric evaluation after he filed a complaint with Internal Affairs about the chief of police harassing his wife. So it just gets progressively worse from there. He was terminated. He filed a lawsuit. And some of the things that ensued in the lawsuit were horrific and comical at the same time. So Romola posted the entire lawsuit on her website. Karen Stewart posted it. I posted it. And ironically, after the second news break, because I actually contacted the police officer and his attorney, that police officer says, well, I can't talk to you anymore because we are now in settlement discussions. So I guarantee, because that lawsuit went viral, and because of the interviews, that my township didn't want this known. It was just too much of a coincidence that the lawsuit was posted the day before we had the two interviews, and then suddenly he's in settlement. So,
Lorraine, did you discuss Michael Large in an interview?
We discussed that was the latest. That was it was like a round table. Yes, we did. That was a third interview with her. That was separate. It was only about Michael Large, and we had I was brought in with two gentlemen from I'm trying to think some kind of judicial watch. They're like a legal watch group, and they try to document all these people that are being rounded up and sent to the psych ward. This is huge money-making business. We found out that for every person that they send to the psych unit, the hospital gets $25,000. $25,000. And then while you're there, they're charging you for the medical doctor, the hospital, the psych nurse, the medication, thousands and thousands of dollars on top of that. For me, I didn't have medical insurance. For the 4 hours that I spent in the emergency room, I racked up over $3,000 of invoices, none of which I'm paying. I sent letters to every one of them, telling them that I filed a complaint with the police department and to silence me. They hauled me off to the emergency room, that it was medical fraud, insurance fraud. I wasn't going to pay it. And, we highlighted that as well. But yes, Michael Large, we launched a campaign. I wrote a letter yesterday to the owner of the hospital and the director of psychiatry, Skidsit, had called, Kim called, Romola called. We wrote letters, and I believe that Michael's finally going to be released either tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, that's good to hear. Well, I
Yes.
push in the right direction.
Yeah, what happens if this happens to anybody? There are a few things that you shouldn't do. Stay calm as possible. Don't take any medications. Don't sign anything. Tell them that, you're there under duress, and that you want an advocate. You want a copy of your patient's Bill of Rights. Document everything. And tell them that you're not going to pay for it. This is the key. In my letter, I told them that I'm placing them on notice that Michael will not be paying for any of these false psychiatric evaluations, that I want his psychiatric evaluation wiped clean, that we want a copy of all the notes from every doctor that he met with, and that he's not going to be responsible for any of these invoices.
I wonder if they already clipped his though.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, Michael. When these things happen, we can't allow people to be incarcerated in a psych ward for filing a complaint, for speaking up for ourselves. I mean, this can happen to anybody. It happened to Kim when she was handing out flyers.
So?
I was at my home. I filed an incident report via email the week prior, and they want to drop off a property loss statement. That's what it was. And it was a ploy. It was bullshit. They just wanted to harass me and drag me off because I've collected a lot of evidence. And some of my evidence, I was interviewed by a woman named Megan, MEEGSB, on YouTube. And that got posted yesterday. But she did an amazing job of assembling some of my evidence and things that I've written, some of which are, kind of alarming to see. But you'll see my cat, what they did to my cat, how they radiated him, and what they did to my body, which is kind of embarrassing. But you know what? I'm not going to keep it a secret anymore. And maybe other people will come forward that this is happening to them as well. And I'm not going to let my police department get away with this nonsense. This is BS. I'm living here way too long, and I'm going to expose everything that they're doing to me.
Good for you. That's great.
Staying quiet. You know what? When you're quiet, it happens anyway.
That's right.
All the years that this has been happening to me, that I didn't know what was going on, it still happens.
Lorraine.
Yes.
I seen that horrible video you made. That was so disgusting. They put piss on your stove.
On my stove.
Oh my God, that was so horrible. Miggs had put it up. But I thank you God. I'm like, oh my God, please, Lorraine. I'm screaming at the video while I'm watching it. Like, Lorraine, you have to please wear gloves. Please wear gloves.
It's disgusting what they do here, and it's because, I can't be upstairs and downstairs at the same time. People don't understand is they moved 3 separate families in around me. I am in a triangle form. There's my house, there's the neighbor next door, one diagonally across the street to the left, one diagonally across the street to the right. These are the hired ones. These are the ones that they're paid to move in here. Then they've co-opted my neighbors. And then, of course, there's the community stalkers, and then the damn police that are right down the block. And they're all in on it. They're giggling. I have them on video.
You're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. You're making videos. You're putting it out there, and that's what they don't want. So
and I'm putting every one of those videos. I'm posting them on the mayor's website of my township, and I don't care. I'm not one of these new people that moved in here 2 years ago. I'm here 30 years. They want to target me, that's fine. And I keep saying everyone in this town's going to know about my house. Everybody's going to know what's going on here. Everybody's going to know the truth. And that chief of police, he's going down. He's going to have to resign.
Lorraine, where is your videos at? Where do you post them?
1 second.
Well, I have a Facebook page, but Megan, right? Is that did she post it on her page?
I seen it today. It was so horrible. I mean, that
disgusting.
Was so disgusting. It was so disgusting. I'm like, oh my gosh, she don't even have on gloves. Please, you should have heard me. I'm yelling at the video. I'm like, please put on some gloves.
And this is not cat urine.
God.
I have no idea what it is. You know what? I think they have these contractors, these private contractors come in. I think some damn man pees on my stove.
Yeah, it was horrible.
It's disgusting.
Hi, guys. Laura Ann needs to call Kevin from California. It's 911 emergency. Not really, but that's the texting code anyway.
Oh, what happened?
I have no idea.
Who needs to call?
Laura needs to call Kevin from California.
Okay, so let her go.
Lorraine.
Yes.
Lorraine, I had worked for the sheriff's department, and when I filed a complaint, I took it out of my department to DOJ, which is just as corrupt, but they did the same thing to me, ordered that I go see their hired gun psych, and I did. He spent maybe 45 minutes with me and said that I was a danger to myself and my coworkers, and I was mentally and emotionally unstable. And so I talked to the union, and they said, well, in these cases, you have to go get your own psych eval, and if it differs from their psych eval, then you move to a third type-breaking psych eval that you both have to choose the psych. So I did that. I had my HMO find me a psych, and he was a professor of it, and he talked to me over 2 days, and he wrote a glaring letter against their evaluation from their psych. And to make a long story short, eventually my psych talked to their psych, and he admitted to my psych that basically her employer wants her to stop complaining about being harassed and followed.
Kevin.
Well, you know what? Their tool is to discredit us. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they do. They're a part of it. This is the whole CIA partnering with law enforcement and using community policing members, which CIA started in this country based on the Stasi policing. Homeland Security and CIA. That's where all this comes from. And the CIA backs them up to be corrupt as hell and pays them to be corrupt as hell.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really the ironic thing, and I've discussed with other people, is the individual who was assessing me could not even tell me what it was that she was assessing me about and what criteria it was that I met that matched whatever her assessment was. I happen to have 2 degrees in psychology.
It helps people because we
It's ridiculous. They're trying to take me down like in the worst possible way. They've destroyed every part of my house. They've murdered half of my cats. Murdered, tortured. One of them, they broke his hips, and I was forced to put to sleep a healthy cat. I've got photos of all of this on my Facebook page, community stalking, vandalism patterns, and then targeted pets. But a lot of the evidence was posted on the recent interview with Megs, MEEGSB, on her YouTube channel. It is 2.5 hours long, but unlike just hearing me talk, she's had these incredible slides. She's taken a lot of my evidence and things that I've written and some of her own research and posted it, So, you know, if you don't want to listen, you can. There's a lot of good stuff to read and visuals and stuff, and you'll see the evidence that I've collected around my property and inside my house. The symbolism, she was focusing on the satanic symbolism because there's a lot of witchcraft being done on my property.
Lorraine, how did you get out of it on December 10th? What happened?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, as they wanted me to leave my house, and I called my mother on the phone. I called Connie in Connecticut. She was listening to the whole thing and recording the whole thing. And she's yelling at them. I had her on speakerphone, and she's telling them they're trespassing, get out of my house. But they weren't going to have any of it. They weren't going to have anything of it because they had already had 4 police officers and a sergeant, unbeknownst to me. Wow. But my outside cameras caught all of this nonsense. So the police officer says, well, you know, you have to go. So you can either go voluntarily or involuntarily. So I knew what that meant. I knew if I said involuntarily, he was going to handcuff me. So I said, well, you know, I'm going to go. You know, I'll go. But when hello?
You're in there.
Hello? Oh, okay, because I don't know if I was muted or unmuted.
Oh, we had a couple squirrels in the audience, that's all.
Oh, okay. So, you know, I said, well, I'll go voluntarily. I was not going to get handcuffed in my house. So, but when I got to the EMS truck and we were on our way over there, I said, I'm just telling you, I'm not going voluntarily, and I'm going to be home tonight. So, and I said that the whole time. So while I'm in the EMS truck on the way over there, the guy is taking my pulse and temperature and all that. And so I asked him, because this Miss Tina Booth from the Monmouth Psychiatric Evaluation Services, Monmouth PESS, Tina Booth, the assessor, the mental health assessor, provided no credentials, no form of identification at my front door, and she broke into my front door. She trespassed my property. There was another worker with her, pacing back and forth at the foot of my driveway, smoking and extinguishing her cigarettes on my property, videotaped. And I've given those tapes to another TI for safekeeping as well. So I talked to the EMS worker, and because Tina Booth assessed me as not being able to sleep well. I've had erratic sleep habits my whole life, and they murdered one of my cats, and I stayed awake with that cat all night long. It's none of their damn business, and I didn't mention it to them, but of course they know because they killed him. But I was up all night long, and she said that, oh, well, you don't sleep well. And that was one of her diagnostic criteria for hauling me off to the EMS. So when I'm talking to this EMS worker, I said, oh, you must work really long hours. He says, yeah, I do. He said, I work 18 straight hours. I said, you're kidding me. You work 18 straight hours without sleeping? And it occurred to me that I was assessed at not sleeping well and having to go for a mental health evaluation. So I get to the hospital and I tell them that I'm going home that night, that I filed a police incident report, and in retaliation for doing so, they hauled me off here against my will. I'm not admitting myself, and I'm not signing anything. They still brought me into the emergency room. They asked me to remove my clothing and hand over my cell phone and my bag. And I remembered what happened with Kim, that they stole her evidence from her bag. So before I handed my things over to them, I asked them for a pen and paper that I wanted to write down everything that was in my bag and all of my whatever I had. They did allow me to do that. And they forced me to give a urine and a blood test. And I told them that I was going home that day. I had called my mother. She was going to drive down. And I said that I have no medical insurance. I'm not paying for this, and I'm not signing for anything. Every time they came to me to sign something, I said I'm not signing it.
Yep, that's the way you should do it. And do you know by any chance whether Michael signed anything or what he did sign?
You know, I don't know. I really don't. And you know, I was brought into this whole thing about Michael after he had already been there for several days. So I you know, I really didn't. I don't know him at all. I didn't know what had happened. I got filled in kind of later. So I don't know if he signed anything. But from what I understand, he's more of a docile kind of personality. Like, I was adamant. There was no way I was staying there that night. There was no way.
Lorraine, can you give me Meg's, how do you spell her name for the YouTube?
Oh, M is in Mary, E is in Edward, E is in Edward, G is in George, S is in Sam, Meegs, the letter B. And that's her YouTube channel. She's got long blonde hair, and sometimes she wears like a baseball hat or something. But
So how did you get out?
I told them I was threatening a lawsuit, and I even said to Miss Tina Booth from the Monmouth EM, as I said, you know what? Now I can include you in my lawsuit too. So, and she will be included when I file next month. But and I told them, every person I spoke with, I said, I'm here against my will. All I did was file a police incident report. They don't want to document it accurately. And I also told them that one of their own police officers was suing them, that the Manalapan Police Department is incredibly corrupt. And I said the ACLU sued them. So I just kept complaining. That's all I did. But I did it nicely. I didn't yell. I didn't raise my voice. I mean, even the nurse wrote in all of her notes that I was calm, that, all of the things that countered Tina Booth's notes. So what happened was, I think this is what it was as well. All of the nurses' notes and everybody that I met with, I believe were kind of on the up and up. I'm not sure if they were in the know of what was going on yet. So they just wrote all of their notes as they normally would. They also spoke with my mother, and my mother, and this is documented, said that she witnesses all the vandalism, that she hired a private investigator, and that she's spoken to other police where she lives who advised me to not notify my police department again. So this is all documented in the hospital notes. Yeah, I never met with a psychiatrist. I never met with a medical doctor, but they signed off my release.
Wow. Good for you.
So I think if I didn't have, if my mother didn't validate my claims, I might have had to have spent the night there. So this is the key for everybody. You have to have a backup. You have to have somebody that's going to, come and validate your experience, a family member, a friend, somebody that you can call right away. And it turns out that after the nurse and everybody wrote all of these fairly accurate notes about me, they received Tina Booth's report. And her report diametrically opposed everything the hospital wrote. But what it did say is that Tina Booth called to find out about how I was doing and was upset that I was released. And she was upset that I was released because now she's not going to get her money. So this is all a big money-making scam.
Yeah, she had her own motives in the situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the hospital wrote one thing, she writes another, then you've got my mother's notes validating the vandalism and that she hired a private investigator and spoke to other police officers where she lives. She lives in New York. So, so I had all of this conflicting information there. And then the next day, I called Tina Booth's boss in a recorded phone conversation and complained. And then I filed 2 letters of complaint with the hospital, with the EMS. I wrote all of them letters that I'm not paying them. I received $3,000 of invoices, not paying one of them. I told them it was medical fraud and insurance fraud, and they were getting reported. None of them will accept my phone calls now. I've left several messages for updated reports. No one calls me back. So,
yeah. Well, that's a good thing, Lorraine.
Well, no, I mean, I was pissed off. I mean, and, these police officers, I mean, what do they think that they're, from what I understand now, somebody told me that the police are taking these little crash courses. They're like 40 hours long where they believe that they're in the capacity where they can diagnose someone. I'm sorry. It took me 8 years to be able to diagnose someone with a psychiatric disorder. No stupid cop is going to take a 40-hour crash course and decide that I'm paranoid or I have a sleep disorder.
That's all Homeland Security doing that. And sanctifying, and sanctioning them doing that.
It's absolutely absurd and nonsense. Bullshit.
Tell me about that. It's Ann from St. Louis. I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
I've been through the same thing, but I'm blind, so I just hate to tell you, but when you're blind, they already figure, well, you shouldn't be living by yourself, and so they throw the social workers and the psychiatric world all up in your face. No offense to you, because I have met some psychology people that were really, truly helpful to me. I'm 45 and a half years old. And, well, you said not to take any medications or anything, but what if they say, well, we'll give you this little SHOT. Oh, it's something mild, and you wake up, to medical furniture 2 months later.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no way I would take anything. I'm really adamant about. I don't even take an aspirin. I'm a vegetarian. I don't smoke, drink, or do drugs, and I wasn't going to take a damn thing they gave me. And in fact, while I was there, I was starving, and the thing that they give me, I'm telling you, hospitals want to kill people. They give me Frosted Flakes.
Really?
Frosted Flakes.
How do you like that?
I couldn't wait to get home. I was starving. They gave me Frosted Flakes. They gave me this juice, and I read the label. It had all this hydrogenated vegetable oil garbage in it, and it's like, you know what? The hospital, they want to kill me with the food.
Black
coffee. It was horrible.
I've heard about that too. Yeah, I thought I was coming in here to get better, and your coffee's going to kill me. But I mean, what if they force an injection or shock treatment on you? You know, or get something from a judge that says you got to take it or else. See, I mean, I feel like I'm just so trapped.
Well, you know, Skizit has something on her website, you know, Citizens Against Harmful Technology. It's a psychiatric living will. I have it, and I've printed it out, and I've completed it. But, you know, for some reason, like, the local notaries won't notarize any kind of will. It's like you have to go to a lawyer to get it here in my state. But, you know, I'm sure in other states you can get a notary, you know, to sign this psychiatric living will and carry that around with you.
You can also notarize it.
Really?
Who?
What exactly is it? What is
it basically, let's see, I've got it here. I can read part of it to you. And actually they stole my reading glasses too. Bastards. It says, under no circumstances should I be subjected to psychiatric hospitalization or psychiatric treatments or procedures, including but not limited to the following: psychotropic drugs, and then it explains that, psychological or neurological operations such as phlebotomy or lusotomy, convulsive treatments such as electroconvulsive therapy, deep sleep treatment, necrosis, blah, 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 blah. And I maintain my right to have any psychiatric evaluation or diagnosis based upon the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. Not to have a psychiatric evaluation. Involuntary hospitalization. So, I mean, it's quite long and detailed, but it's really important, and it cites several lawsuits.
Can you send that to Frank so we can get that?
Well, it's on the Citizens, CAHT.org, Citizens Against Harmful Technology. This is Neil and Skizit's website.
Okay.
And if you go to the right side of the page, and I think it's like extras or something, or additional information, and in the drop-down box, you can click on a psychiatric living will, and you can print it out from their website.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see, it's 2 pages. Let's see, 2 pages? 3 pages. Let's see. 2 pages.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's a really good directive that they have on that website, and everybody should fill one out.
Absolutely.
But see, these are the things that you can get them on. This is fraud.
Well, they've already tried to save my kid's life from me. They've had people come over here try to diagnose me. They've had threatened me to take me to do a psychiatric test. And I told them, well, just go ahead and do it then. If you think you can make me, go ahead and do it. They wouldn't do it. Well, later on, now I got court in another matter right now that's kind of involved, but not so much, about a different situation. But anyway, my mental evaluation come up there, my mental status. So anyway, I did have one done. But so I've never been hauled off, but I've been threatened to be hauled off.
Well, it seems like every time somebody contacts the police department these days, it gives them a reason, for hauling somebody off. Now, I will explain that I have never, all of the things that you'll see on Meg's, all of that evidence and stuff, I've never shared that stuff with the police department. I've only shared the vandalism because if I can't prove it, I'm not going to report it. I have never reported the assault on my body. I've never reported the microwave radiation. I mean, yeah, I've meter readings and stuff like that, but I've not reported that stuff because I know, what they do. They'll distort it and discount it. But, house break-ins that I can prove, they're still invalidating.
Oh, yeah. I got the audio of someone being in my house and my son telling them to get out. And I posted that stuff on Facebook. I've had to change my Facebook account 3 different times. This last week, I gave them a case number from Facebook of someone having trying to imitate me and has access to my phone and stuff like that. But, yeah, they won't even do anything as far as this.
Lorraine.
Wow.
Yes.
Lorraine?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes. Yeah, I do.
You sharing it with the world now.
I'm sharing it with the world now because when you see what they've done to my body, it's like, it's really sick. It's really disgusting. I'll wake up and I've got indentations on my face. I woke up one morning, I had an X on my stomach. I had a needle mark in my arm.
That's great. They must be giving you some heavy doses of drug.
They are because in order for somebody to be in my house and do the extent of damage that they're doing to my house, I'm here all the time, but they keep putting me to sleep. It's horrible, and I'll admit that I'm on
a needle going in your arm.
Yeah, they have to have been in here, and they put me to sleep, and I wake up, and I'll tell you, there were a couple of mornings I woke up, and, I eat very healthfully, and I don't even take an aspirin, don't drink alcohol or anything like that. So whatever they're doing to me, for me to wake up and be nauseous in the morning and be completely incapacitated for hours, they're doing something. And that's happened a couple of times where I've woken up and I feel like I'm going to fall over. There was one day, like several months ago, I couldn't operate. Half the day, I was just lying down. I don't know what the fuck they did.
I woke up foggy and groggy, and I called 2 of my girlfriends, and I told them I woke up foggy and groggy. These people had drugged me. They drugged me,
they're doing something.
They know I know it. They know I know it, and I told 2 people. I called 2 of my girlfriends.
They enter your house and they put it in your seasonings. They put it in your dressing.
Yes.
They put it in your food.
Yes, and that's true because there was I don't have the kind of refrigerator where you can just kind of loop like a lock through it. So like I tape it closed, but sometimes I forget. And I was eating one day last week and I was not tired, but after I got through eating, I felt like it had been drugged and I forced myself to stay awake. Something in my food, they did something to my food.
I remember stumbling to my bed one day. It was in the afternoon. I stumbled and fell asleep. And I don't know what they did to my body, but I can hear somebody say, hurry up, hurry up.
Wow.
I can hear it. I'm telling you, they didn't have me that sleep, but I can hear it. They said, hurry up, hurry up. And so somebody must have had the door, watching at the door while somebody was in here doing something to my body.
Yeah.
I
have this vague memory of 4 people being in here. 4.
That's true.
Maureen, I think it's important for people that want to learn about the psychiatric system to learn how important it is that if you get stuck in there, how important it is to have friends and family support on the outside. Because the way they see it, their mentality is that they want you to have support, and if you don't, they're more likely, unfortunately, to hold you.
Exactly.
I was very fortunate. My mother is 80 years old, and she and her boyfriend drove down here from New York. It took them more than 3 hours. And that should not be happening. This bullshit should not be happening. And I'm going to say it on the record. The Manalapan Police Department, you're going down, you little fuckers, you little badge abusers. You should all hand in your badges abusing somebody who's twice your age. Go out and fight some real crime.
Boston police, too.
Go out and fight some real
too.
crime. Go out into Trenton and go arrest all those addicts.
Police too.
They are supported by Homeland Security to do this stuff. I'm telling you, they've weaved all these contractual agreements with the hospitals and everything to do this stuff to Americans on American soil. Because
karma is going to get them.
When I was staying at the Holiday Inn, they used this little janitor to put an ELF in the room, in the attic above me, and it radiated down, took over the whole room, and I recorded it. I had an analog and a digital meter, and I called the police, and they sent the paramedics.
Unbelievable.
And the guy said, you need to go to the hospital because the blood pressure was so high. So I said, but as soon as I leave this hotel, it's going to go back to normal. So they didn't believe me, so they wanted me to go. So I go, and then they're going to try. They set a guard at my door, wouldn't let me leave. But for some reason, I took my camera with me, and my camera showed the reading on the meters from a heating air unit that was unplugged from the wall. All that was on the video. So the social worker came and she saw my video and she told the guard she's going home.
Good.
If I hadn't had that camera, they would have locked me up because the doctor.
Exactly.
As soon as I told him, the doctor walks out and the guard comes. As soon as I said what happened in the hotel.
It's unbelievable. You know what? And the thing is, there are people out there that really are in need of medical and psychiatric care. And they're not getting it, but they're hauling off healthy people. It is such a fraudulent system. It is.
Yes, it is.
They were trying to intimidate you not to write these reports and things to the police.
Oh, well, they're not intimidating me. They mess with the wrong person. I am not going to shut up.
Neither am I.
Y'all know what though? If these people, if they don't pay on this earth, if they don't pay, never pay on this earth, I'm okay with that because they got to pay when on Judgment Day. They got to pay. God is not going to let these people get over with what they done to us.
No.
And He's not going to let it happen. It's not going to let it happen. So they might not go to earthly jail, but they're going to go to heavenly jail. They're going to the pit of hell. They're going for life, and they're going to burn and for eternity. They are going to burn. They're going to feel every pain. But I'm going to tell y'all one thing. What these people are doing, if their family don't know what they're doing, they're going to make their family suffer. They're making their mother suffer, their grandfather suffer, their grandmother suffer, their father suffer, their children suffer. Because what you do to other people goes back on you and your family.
Always. And whatever you take from someone, whatever you take, it always comes back.
Exactly.
Like these people, they think they have all their ducks in a row, but I don't believe that they've calculated in karma.
While I'm alive, I'm not going to stop exposing them. I'm going to continue to expose them. So for everybody that's on this line, I'm sorry?
I was saying we might as well expose them because they're not going to stop.
Exactly.
I introduced.
They're never going to go away.
I introduced Lorraine to Migs B. I got Lorraine to do her video. My videos I did my videos first. It's under Migs B. Tomorrow I will be doing a live broadcast under Gateway Keepers Ministry. I will be on there. I sent out the flyer. The phone number's in there. Y'all can stream it live or y'all can call in live if y'all want to just listen or ask questions. But it will be me and 4 other TIs will be up there tomorrow telling our story.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
I'm going to continue to expose. And if anybody else that can interview me, let Frank know. I'll be very interested in being interviewed by anybody. I'm going to expose these people until the day I die.
Good. No, and it's really important, and it's important also to supply some evidence and to, when other people see what you're doing, it gives them the courage to speak out also. just think of all the people that aren't aware this is happening. Like me, I've only stumbled across the targeted community. It's actually a year, this month that I had, my first testimony interview with Ella. And I had no idea what was going on with me. I had none. All I knew was and I had documented cars following me since 2015. And I also know that these animal rescue groups, and this is one little narcissistic, histrionic, borderline little bitch who's married to a police officer and didn't like me because she's jealous, reported me. Her and her little cat, the feral cat cartel. There are people out there that are making a lot of money off of other people's misery. And it's not just corporations that can place you in this program. Nonprofits, some nonprofits have the same ability if they're connected in the right places, like with attorneys or police officers or whatever. They're in the know. They set you up. It's all about entrapment and setting up people. And they'll do it to annihilate competition. I mean, I don't know what everybody's story is and how they got involved. Some people don't know. I know exactly who is involved.
Yeah, I know my perpetrators too.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of very immature, like junior high school adults. They have the emotional maturity of teenagers.
How did you guys get Michael out?
A letter writing campaign and phone calls. I mean, I wrote a letter and I placed them on notice that he was not paying for any of those invoices.
That's pretty huge that they just let him out overnight like that. So you guys did a great job.
Well, this is what happens. I mean, you need to have people backing you up. I mean, I was fortunate because, my mom was driving down and they were recorded. They were recorded inside my house and they were videotaped on the outside. Even though the police did wipe my porch cameras clean of any images, the outside caught a lot of video.
They didn't let me out until I got a hospital lawyer.
It's just insanity. It's just so fraudulent. And you know what it is for these police? It's job security. Because, here in Manalapan, New Jersey, this is all white-collar crime. If you read our police blotter, shoplifting, a speeding ticket, a car theft, there's no major crime going on here. The police around here, they've got a cake job. And I guess it's even more cake when you can harass a 60-year-old woman. 4 of them at one time. I mean,
we need Fox News.
What big, masculine men to take down a 60-year-old woman. These sick pieces of garbage.
We need Fox News. That's what we need.
The system has turned into targeting ground. It is important, if you end up in the system, it is important to get phone calls from people supporting you and to get letters.
Yes.
Those people can get you out. It's really hard to get on the phone, and they listen to everything. It's just very regimented, the whole thing. They cannot give you drugs without a hearing, dear. So if you get in there, it's going to take a couple weeks to a month for them to give you a hearing to force drugs down your throat.
They tried to force me with drugs too.
Another thing that happened with Michael Large, Romola called.
Excuse me, is that Malika that was just speaking? I couldn't get So, okay, thank you.
Hey guys, my phone just got hacked. I couldn't even talk. I'm pretty sure it was hacked.
Another thing that happened with Michael Large, and I think this was instrumental as well, Romola called and asked to speak with him, and the nurse said that he was released, but he wasn't released. And she recorded the phone call, and then she played that in her live podcast.
Wow.
And then I cited that in my letter to the hospital owner and director of psychiatry. I said, and for the record, that call was recorded and it went viral on the internet worldwide.
Okay, we should have the other interview with you queued so that we could probably hear parts of it. I don't know if you'd like that.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me see. I can post links in the chat. Let me go get a couple.
Well, I need the last one.
The last one with Migs B?
Yeah, that was speaking of Michael Large.
Oh, of Michael. Okay,
That's Romola,
see.
Right?
That's Romola's. Let me see. I have to go find it on her. Let me see. Romola.
Is it in the first 15 minutes or 20 minutes of it?
It was a separate. Let me see. It was in her reports. It wasn't her news break. It was in reports. Let's see.
I think I have it. If it ends in WL1K or LK.
Reports Michael Large.
Hi, Frank.
Oh, here it is. I got it right here. I'll pull it. I'll stick it in the. Where's the chat thingy? Okay. Okay, here. Romola on Michael Large.
When I was 15 years old, I started my first company. It was a car detailing company. I won a few $100 with it, and then the next year won it for the state of Utah, and it came with thousands of dollars. Now I thought.
Jesus.
Is definitely.
Was that an infomercial?
Couple of makes of the exact arguments that I've been making on this channel for.
Roundtable, is that it? Yep, okay.
I just posted it in the chat, Romola on Michael Large.
1 second, let me take care of that. Okay, that always happens when I start a live broadcast. Pardon me. So, Michael Large is a U.S. Air Force veteran who contacted me and let me know that he had been wrongfully arrested and taken to a local hospital in Pennsylvania on a 302 hold, which is a psych commit. And the story of that hold was told in a very brief broadcast that I did at that time. This was followed up by a conference call that Eric Jones of Courtroom Watch hosted on Friday night. And this is our third action in support of Michael Large. So I want to just introduce the panel over here. I have with me Lorraine Valenti, a psychologist from Pennsylvania, who is quite aware of what these 302 holds are. We did a podcast a few weeks ago, I think, isn't it, Lorraine?
Yes.
Welcome.
New Jersey.
Oh, sorry, New Jersey. Sorry, I'm getting all the states mixed up. That's right. Michael's from Pennsylvania and is in Pennsylvania. You are from New Jersey. I'm so sorry. Apologies. And Lorraine is also an expert on, various aspects of the rights and laws governing these psych holds, and we'll be consulting with her a little bit later. I'm also here with Skizit Paris, Citizens Against Harmful Technology, who is equally aware and cognizant of civil rights and civil liberties in this day and age, when 302 holds are being wrongfully used against people. Welcome, Skizit.
Hello.
And I'm also here. Great, and I'm also here with Chris, and Chris is also an expert, I understand, in the law and the U.S. Code. The last time I spoke to him, he was reeling off different sections and numbers and articles to me. So we definitely need Chris's presence on this call. Welcome, Chris.
Glad.
And I'm also here with Eric Jones of Courtroom Watch, who did a marvelous job on Friday night, just putting the news out to everybody and asking people to call into the hospital to express solidarity and support with Michael, who is yet another person who has been wrongfully taken in to a hospital under cover of his supposedly being mentally ill or delusional or paranoid in this day and age of exacerbated and extreme surveillance that's going on. Anybody speaking out about the kinds of surveillance that's going on, the kind of technologies in use, are being called delusional by a very corrupt state. So those are the subjects that we have spoken about before, and we are here again to kind of update everybody on Michael's story and hopefully at some point hear from Michael himself. Hopefully he can call in and speak with us. So Eric, you may be one of the people who spoke recently to Michael. Do you want to give us the latest on what you know?
Yes, I spoke with Michael just today earlier, and he is still being held at Abington Jefferson Hospital in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. The hospital staff came to us and told us that he had been released on Monday, and he was not released. He is still there being held against his will on a 302, which is an arbitrary, made-up piece of paper that the government likes to use to incarcerate patriots and truth tellers when they have no criminal action or no criminal accusation against that person. So the system is very much like the Soviet Union, using the psychiatric establishment and psychiatric hospitals to lock up people who are coming forward, telling truth, exposing corruption, standing up against the system, representing themselves in court. And it seems to be a very disturbing pattern of the government, particularly persecuting military veterans and single mothers.
Yep.
People can find out more about these other cases that we've done at courtroomwatch.com. And I want to thank you, Romola, for bringing this case to my attention. This is an extremely important case, so I thank you for having me. Michael is still being held. He is hopefully going to be released in the near future, but it's only going to happen if we have public pressure and massive amounts of phone calls going toward the people who are holding him. And the numbers to call can be found at both courtroomwatch.com. I think we have everything posted up there. Also, Romola is going to be posting the numbers at her presence. And I believe it's, what is your citizen?
Eric, all the information is at Romola D Reports, under the report that I did for Michael. So it's under that video. All of the information, all of the numbers are there. And I'll post the links below this video as well so people know where to call. Yes, to follow on what you are saying, yes, I guess we are still asking people to continue reaching out and continue calling, right?
If people don't call, he's not going to get out. We had a woman named...
Can you guys give a phone number for that?
For exposing corruption on the witness stand in court in Connecticut. She was told she was going to be signed into the psychiatric hospital for life, and we got her out in 3 days. So this can be done, but there has to be massive public pressure. So we're relying on all your listeners and people who care about these things to come forward and call the numbers that we have listed at both Romola D and Courtroom Watch. And we're basically calling the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the Abington Jefferson University Hospital, and it's the university that manages this hospital in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. His name is Mr. Klasko, and his number is listed there. We also calling the chief of police of the Upper Moreland Police Department, which is the unit that took this man from his home unlawfully. And
Eric, can we pause right there? Because when you call the police, then the question becomes, I mean, these are the guys who actually wrongfully arrested him and took him to the emergency room. Why would one call the police? What is the reasoning there? What should we be telling people?
Well, first, what is your justification for holding this man? You had no warrant, no issuance from a judge, no criminal accusation, no grand jury indictment. So
there was no paperwork at all?
Well, they have something that they call a 302, and it's basically a piece of paper that the government has made up to use against people. They don't have any criminal charges, and they don't have any reason to take them to court. Michael Large, the person we're helping here.
Who is the complainant?
We don't know. We don't know. If people want to file a Freedom of Information Act request, that would help. We haven't done that yet because we're too busy trying to get him out. But we can
Michael have a copy of that?
I'm going to guess that it's either one of the police department members or somebody with the FBI who this case was brought to, and they said, I'll sign it. It could be anybody that signs the 302.
There is an aspect. Yes, there is an aspect that people must be aware of. Under Title IV of the Social Security Act funds that you are supposed to have available, all states and local entities, and particularly the Department of Child Family Protective Services, which also incorporates seniors, have a financial interest in inducting people into the state's version of so-called care. My grasp of the situation out here on the West Coast is it's $25,000 per person the state receives for every to their version of care, and if they are declared to be special needs, then that can be double that amount plus an amount for each so-called treatment or medication they claim, psychotropic drugs that they're given. So it's a very dangerous concept when the people who are putting you in have a financial interest. They lock up pretext that they can devise.
Right. So when money by locking you up, they're going to be a lot more apt to lock you up for arbitrary, unlawful, and just out of the blue reasons. We were told in the Solange Martinez case at the Bronx in New York that it was $2,000 a day that these hospitals are receiving per patient. So and you multiply, if you have 100 patients at the psychiatric hospital times $2,000 a day, that's what, $250,000 a day that these hospitals, and Chris, like Chris just said, on top of that, you're going to add the incentives they get from the pharmaceutical companies to put these people on medication, all the supporting staff, the IT people, the janitors, the food service providers, the transportation, the security, the staff, the CPAs, the attorneys, they're all making a fortune on this. So we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars every month going through these hospitals to incarcerate as many people as possible. So they're going to look for reasons to incarcerate people like Michael Large, who is the person we're trying to help. And his last name is spelled Large, and the numbers to call are at Romola D and Courtroom Watch. Now, Michael has a hearing with the judge on Friday morning, but it's going to be a video conference hearing, which bothers me because if the judge doesn't have enough guts to hold the hearing live in person, I don't believe it's a lawful hearing. A hearing should be in front of the judge so the judge can see the demeanor and the disposition and the mental state and the speech pattern of the person in question, and then can really determine if this person needs to be locked up or not. And we all know that Michael Large does not need to be locked up. I've been communicating with this man for the last 10 days. He's a sweet man. He's an older guy. He's very soft-spoken. He's very intelligent. He is not any danger to himself or others. And the legal standard for holding him is he must be an immediate danger to himself or others, and he's nothing close to that. So they're obviously holding him for political reasons, and it's very scary when the public turns into basically a communist country and starts holding their political prisoners, claiming that they're mentally ill. Very interestingly, in the Tanya McCash case in San Jose, California, she was told in open court by the assistant district attorney that she's mentally incapable because of her legal strategy. Her legal strategy didn't involve, calling on aliens or anything like that. She was just going with common law, filing documents and motions in a brilliant way. Her paperwork is top notch, but she didn't hire the attorney. She's representing herself, and because of that, they're claiming that she's mentally unstable. So this is just a pattern of single mothers and veterans being told that they're mentally incapable or mentally ill because they're standing up for themselves in court. They're coming forward with evidence of corruption in the government, or they're exposing government programs and government activity that the government doesn't want people to know about.
Eric, that's a very important point. That's very not dissimilar from the situation I've been drug into here in Las Vegas, where this judge is very conflicted and biased because the city is in fact incriminated in my false incarceration, false imprisonment, and other criminal actions against me. And they're trying to claim that they don't like my writing and implicating my writing, except for it's typed on a computer, and it is law documents with points of law and defenses in it in particular. And if you can color that into being anti-bar, or because you're too effective in your zealous representation or presentation of your own interests, you can't represent yourself, you are yourself, that's a trick question. But if you're a zealous presenter of your own interest and you're effectuous in defending and have several successes, then one way of dealing with what a vexatious litigator is to lock them up and put them out of commission, psychotropically drug or chemically lobotomize them to remove them from your pain in your posterior. And that's a pretty dangerous pathway to go down. It's just really, really quite dangerous. Now, don't be surprised if whenever he does his so-called video appearance, they have him strapped up in a Hannibal Lecter chair looking like he's the most dangerous threat to society on the planet, when in fact he has harmed no one, has not harmed himself, is not suicidal or homicidal, and therefore anything that they try to contrive and gin up is totally hypothecation. It's fairy tale stuff, and this is what they do to try to fabricate a false claim of mental incompetency for somebody that's not a threat to themselves or anybody else, but it gives them access to these funds that they seek so lustfully for. And in fact, Pennsylvania is a very, very dangerous and corrupt state. Art from Philly, no place for corruption.com is a very studied investigator into corruption in that state. And if people want to know, they can learn how abject corrupt it is, much like here in Nevada. Thank you.
Well put. And the government does have and hospitals do have a pattern of drugging people up, like as you put it, chemically lobotomizing them, so they appear to be mentally ill when they get to court. When they are not mentally ill, they're strictly pumped up on pharmaceutical medications. So, but Michael, I've encouraged him to make his own decisions and his own choices. But if it were me, I would not be taking anything that they were offering me as far as medication at the psychiatric hospital. Number one, they're all dangerous. Number two, you don't know what they're giving you. They could say it's aspirin when it's Zolpidem. They could say, here's your Tylenol, and it could be lithium carbonate. It could be any number of things. I mean, these are not, considering the fact that we were lied to by the staff at this hospital, and this is the first time this has happened, so I'm really kind of perturbed at this case here because I don't appreciate them lying to us. They could have said, he's in his room, we can't let him use the phone, he's busy, he's in group therapy, but just lying to us and telling us he's been discharged and released when they were still holding him is really grotesque. And it proves that to people, to the whole world, that the medical establishment are liars. You cannot trust your doctor. You cannot trust
or other people, but they're trying to make themselves qualified now, or to claim that they're qualified to make these judgment calls when they go out on calls.
Oh, I see. So they've got the EMS people whom you meet in the ambulance taking courses in psychology. Is that
with people within the police department, I believe, that go out. I mean, in Minnesota here, in Minneapolis, they're calling it co-responders. Where Lorraine lives, I looked it up and it was called something else. So there might be some sort of national initiative that it falls under.
Yeah, definitely something for me to explore. It sounds. Wow, thank you for that information, Crystal. So
Okay, guys, do you want to listen to some more of this? Let it roll or what? I need some votes.
Yeah.
Else?
Yes, that would be great. A little more.
Okay.
Well, thanks, everybody. At this point, I guess we should thank everybody for watching. Thanks. And forward to covering this on another occasion. Thank you, and have a great night, everybody.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
Are we allowed to give people this number and let them call in and listen as well, like our friends and family?
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
Oh, okay.
There's
I was
many.
wondering about that.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not for sure if y'all on YouTube look at a site called Net for Truth USA, but video number 366. It tells about a woman who stayed at a bed and breakfast who was out on the run because of the stuff she knew, and the notebook that people can download on a PDF file. If you go to that Net for Truth USA on YouTube, number 366, y'all watch that video and go in the description box and download that PDF file. It tells exactly who's involved with doing this kind of stuff. I need to say.
Okay, I just wanted to. I killed the room because there's an echo. Anyone who would like to speak as a caller, hit *6 on the computer. Just make the microphone green. Just click on the orange microphone. Go ahead. Okay, would anybody like to comment on the video or comment on the situation?
Yeah, Frank, I would. Hi, this is Amy. I listened to it. I had both your call when you had Karen Stewart on Friday night. At the same time, I was recording the call that Romola had. And Eric, because you know my history of work with Eric Hughes Jones with Tyler, and he's done wonderful work with Karen, or with Connie and Anna Taylor, getting her out. So he did he's doing a phone blitz, and I don't know where it's at right now, but I know Feather was on, and some other people who I hadn't heard before. But I know a bit about his story. One of the reasons why he's targeted, besides being a veteran like myself and being Air Force, and he's highly, highly intelligent. He has a brother that went to MIT, so I immediately thought of you because you have a brother that went to MIT or is in MIT. So he's highly, highly, highly intelligent, but is very soft-spoken. I've heard his story before Romola even aired it. I found it a couple weeks ago online. I wasn't looking for it, but it just popped up. And his background is after he left during the Vietnam War, honorably discharged, and I don't know what his job was. He became a pastor in Sacramento, where I lived for 15 years. He was very successful. He did a lot of spiritual warfare. Serious spiritual warfare. There's a lot of, Sacramento is filled with, I had no idea because I didn't have access to internet. There was no internet then, back in the 80s, 90s. But that was one primary reason why I think he was targeted. And his wife and 2 kids targeted, that she just couldn't take it anymore and left with the kids. And this has happened to him numerous times. This isn't just a one-time deal that they've tried to lock him up to shut him up. They did to me, 2015, the 5150, which is, I guess they call 302. And, it's called Operation Vigilante Eagle for a reason. And what Vigilante Eagle is, it says, is this how we honor our military veterans? Department of Homeland Security dubbed this operation Operation Vigilante Eagle. It is a real operation. The Department of Homeland Security, the Bush administration, had orchestrated that department, created that department with the FBI. This is ongoing. Anyone that speaks up, particularly veterans, that we, what's called OPSEC, we're part of OPSEC, which means we can and cannot talk about certain things after X amount of years go by, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 10, 15 years, 30 years, 50 years, certain things we can talk about, but, you know, they kind of hush hush, like, you know, you shouldn't talk about this, you can, but you shouldn't. And you take your risk doing that. So, I'm never going to shut up, and none of us should, and we're going to take it to our grave. And I will live and die with this. I will never shut up. It's just we have to be strategic on how we do everything. We have to work smart. We have to know when to speak out and when to play our cards. And that's each and every person has to find it within themselves how to do that, because, you know, we're just trying to live life, but we know, like Paula said, there's a bigger thing in process here, that they know that it's beyond karma. Judgment Day is coming for them. All these indictments are secret indictments, sealed indictments. 70,000 people within our government, NGOs, corporations, big money behind all of this. It's coming down, and we may not hear it on the 5 o'clock news, but be encouraged that this is coming down. They're afraid because they're going to lose money. Everything that they've fought for and invested in, lied to us about, it's coming down. So we just have to keep the fight going, and I thank you for being such a focal point and bringing all these wonderful people on, and just to keep doing what we're doing, and just, you know, no matter what they do to us, just be impassioned and be courageous. And I thank every one of you for doing that, because in the end, when, you know, we make our mark on this earth, and God watches everything, whether you believe in God or you don't, whether you believe in Allah, whether you believe in Buddha. We all have a spiritual marker that we're leaving here, and it's for the good of those that come after us and those that we are shoulder to shoulder on together. So I am so proud to be amongst some of the bravest men and women that I've never met, but to be honest, serving in the military, braver than even the people I served with in the military. And I say that with complicity, because not that they're not brave, but many of them were afraid to speak out because they feared repercussion. And I just was never that way. I'm glad that God didn't make me that way, that I did suffer, and I do suffer, and I don't care that I suffer, because the greater reward is yet to come. Whether we see it here on this earth or whether we see it in the beyond.
Oh, thank you very much, Amy. That was very nice.
Well, thank you for doing all that you do. I know you work countless hours and tirelessly, and, you know, trying to find sleep, and, you know, trying to find encouragement, and, you know, you've just been really open doors where people who felt like they didn't have a voice, as I didn't feel I had a voice either before all this, but thank you for giving voices to all of us.
Oh, you're welcome. we've come a long way and we've fought hard, but we have fighting to do.
We're winning.
That's coming.
Little victories, we're winning.
There will be, and unfortunately it's the truth, as we get closer to the truth, there will be more and more of these arrests.
Yes, absolutely.
We have to be ready for them in each state.
Yeah, to not get too ahead of ourselves and not feel too invincible, but feel proud that the work that you put in meant something. And to those that we're serving together with each of us and those that come after us and those that have gone before us.
Okay. How about
I have a question.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
I'm just really been very, very upset this last few days. They're outside right now. I mean, I haven't slept. They're talking about all this. I don't know. That's what I'm looking for. Actually, is any insight on what type of group I am dealing with here? I don't know what to do. I don't know if these are the Freemasons or if it's just a bunch of people that are just, I don't know. They keep talking about
all kinds of. I mean, they're Illuminati, they're Freemasons, they're from every walk of life. They could be drug dealers on the street. They're all getting paid some way, somehow, or they're getting their jollies. So, criminals are just criminals because that's what they do.
Tell me about that. Anyway, they keep talking about age regression. I mean, this stuff is sickening. I mean, I don't want to talk about it because I mean it's filthy. I mean, just it's not parenting. It's not wholesome. I mean, this stuff is.
Yeah, we have to start talking about the victories too, and the things that people are going through it, and just look at. We're making dents here. You may not see it, out front and center, but we are all making a dent in this and chipping away. It is happening. So just be encouraged that it is making a difference.
Oh, well, that's great. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to offer?
I was wondering about the government shutdown. I mean, how do these hospitals expect to get paid? I have Medicare and Medicaid only. I wish I could lose my health insurance. I'm not even kidding you.
Well, any services, from what I understand, that are provided to the public will still be there. You're not getting... Yeah, because...
Yeah.
And it's people like the FBI and certain branches of the government that apparently are not getting paid.
I didn't get paid when I was on active duty back in the 90s during the Clinton shutdown. I know people don't remember that, but Gingrich was hell-bent on impeaching Clinton to divert what really was going on. There was much more going on. Just like this government shutdown, there's much more going on down behind the scenes than just the wall. These are secret takedowns. These are secret indictments. Gitmo is ready and waiting. Military arrests are being made to these officials. They're going to Gitmo for their war tribunal. It's happening. So all that money that they're extricating from other people, they're going to lose it and have to pay it back somehow. I don't know how. They're going to military tribunal and they're going away forever.
Well, that's good. I mean, they're running up all these hospital bills. I mean, that's just greedy. I mean, that's why should it be my concern, my problem, and I have to be oppressed because they didn't pick a better line of work. Look, this is going to be a very hard pill for me to swallow, to be a death court, because that's what they're telling me is going to happen. that I'm not going to be able to hear. I'm already completely blind. And now I have to be deaf and retarded too. I mean, what kind of life is that? I mean, I'm just going to be heart attack serious right now. I hope the first shock treatment they give me, I just die right there.
Yeah, I put in for DNR. I just got out of the hospital, and they're telling me I have to have not just a simple procedure, but I have to have a massive open heart surgery. But I said no, sorry, I'm not doing that. They said, well, you're still young enough. Usually we don't see these till people are 70, and I'm almost 60. But just because a doctor says something, there's always another way. It doesn't mean that is the way it's going to be. You always have a choice, and you just have to reach a little deeper and find out what other alternative medicine, what works for you. And spirituality, even when everything looks bleak, you have to reach down deep and find that courage, find that faith in however that comes to you. Get inspiration, look at positive videos, positive stories. I have to do that because, when I'm alone and I just feel like I don't want to dump all my stuff on other people because then I just feel worse, then I just go inside myself and I just start looking at miracles that have happened to other people that are agnostic. They don't believe in God. Doctors, neurologists, near-death experiences. They're real. We are energy. We can affect things. And it's not in our, as we get older, it's not in our nature because we're taught by the world, oh, everything's negative. When you're a child, everything is possible. So we kind of have to change our brain and our mindset, what the world has taught us and what we've experienced, and go back to that simplicity and find a different way to go and a different way to think, because that's what's going to help your spirit.
Unfortunately, I have an empty coffee pot, and I'm going to go make a pot of coffee, and I'll be right back. Have fun.
Okay, thanks, Frank.
Those of you telephone callers, just hit *6 and unmute yourselves, and you can speak.
Yeah, I like what Paula's doing.
Hey, this is Journey. I'm in Florida now.
How's things in Florida?
Hey, Journey, what's up?
I'm in Brandon, Florida.
Oh, goodness. Good deal.
Near Tampa.
Nice weather, huh?
It's cold, but it's better than north.
Cold?
Yeah, but it's not too bad.
I have a brother near Daytona, New Smyrna Beach.
That's not far.
Yeah, we've been having some really nice weather. We did last week, but I'm trying to get my things to storage so I can get out of this hole.
Did Frank go to Florida to Miami?
I don't think so. Not to get his coffee.
I was sort of waiting on some word about that, and it seems like all of a sudden the connection disappeared. So I actually
just went to get coffee.
on my own prerogative, I just picked up the phone to call.
Yeah, no, he just went to get some coffee. He'll be right back.
That's not what I meant. I meant
DC.
I was waiting to hear about Frank's visit to Miami, and I don't know why there's so much feedback when I talk on my phone, but there's tons of feedback.
I get that too sometimes.
Hey, have you guys got phone number for Mike Large that we can call, or what's the website?
I can give you Eric Hughes Jones from courtroomwatch.org. You can look it up. He posts everything on there and what he's working at, working phone blitz. He's in upstate New York.
Okay, Portland, what's it, Eric? Portland what?
Courtroomwatch.org. Eric Hughes Jones. I've worked with him in the past trying to get Tyler, who's a Navy vet, out of South Carolina. I mean, even to the point that I was going to break the law and break him out of there and hide him. And another person too, from Minnesota. So I'm not a person that typically breaks the law, but because they've held him against his will in this group home, and his mother still was stealing his money and just making money off of him being in that group home, and putting him in the VA psych ward, call him crazy, and he's not. Very intelligent. So they pick very intelligent people like Michael Large, very intelligent. Anna Taylor, very intelligent. In her case, in case you didn't know how it works, and I got to the bottom of it, the reason why Anna Taylor, why they took her kids, because she had an at-home birth. When you do not have a birth that gets recorded in the hospital, you are a bond. You are worth $1 million with the Social Security number assigned. You are traded like cattle on Wall Street. Everybody, every single person in the United States. That's why you get a Social Security number. So I don't understand how or why that works, what they get from us, how they're trading us on Wall Street. But it's like an insurance plan. Insurance plans are bought and traded on the open market every day. Every person who's ever been born in the United States with a Social Security number. That's why I'm kind of planning on leaving this country. I'm done with it. I'm hoping this year. And if anybody wants to come and visit me in Europe, free room and board. Come on down. I'm hoping in the summer, make it happen. If I'm not on no-fly zone list, I probably am.
What's your name?
I'm on so many blacklists. Amy.
Amy?
I'm ex-Air Force, yeah. I'm on so many blacklists. It's not funny, but I laugh about it.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from northern Michigan or Canada, but I live here in Southern California.
California, okay.
I stay away from the fusion centers, so I stay away from LA, San Diego, any major cities. I was stationed about an hour out of San Francisco. I was stationed overseas. I've seen more countries than I have states. And I would like people to have that experience, to get out of the United States, to see it's so much different in other countries. Not that it's not going to be, not that it's not going to be targeting other countries, but in a lot of countries it's not quite as bad as it is over here. And Poland, they actually have a TV station dedicated to targeting, so they are making big successes over there in Poland.
Amy, may I ask which country you plan to go to?
Yeah, I plan to go to as far away from the Vatican as I can without going into southern Italy. So probably like Florence, Tuscany area out in the country.
Very nice.
Yeah, I have my heritage comes from Genoa near Milan. So that's another thing I want to see if there's any trace of any roots still left over there.
Did you find out what about the residency requirements? Did you figure that out?
No, I'm going to take it one step at a time. And my medical issues, which I'm 100% disabled, that I found out that I can get for my my medical issues. I can get medical care over there, and I probably will get it near one of the military bases that I was going to go to before I left my first assignment in Europe back in the 80s.
So you're leaving by summertime?
Simple life. I'm hoping, in summer or fall, by the time I get things squared away, which I have a lot of things that I have to get taken care of that they pulled on me because I spoke out. 2015, they really hammered me hard, and it really affected my health, deteriorated dramatically in just the last 5 years.
That's right.
But I'm not going to let it hold me down, and I don't want anybody else to give up and let this hold them down either. We're fighters. Keep on fighting and keep on finding new ways to be overcomers, because that's what we are.
I'm back.
I'm wondering if Ariana Huffington, she posted this about the how it says this is how we honor military vets. For example, Department of Homeland Security program dubbed Operation Vigilante Eagle tracks military veterans, me, returning from Iraq and Afghanistan, me, and characterizes them as extremists and terrorists. That was from Ariana Huffington, Huffington Post. So I'm wondering if she might be someone good to partner up with. What do you think, Frank?
I don't know. Could be.
I know that her background is, I think it's Mediterranean Greek descent, and she seems kind of like an independent. Like she doesn't seem to be afraid. It says veterans, a focus of FBI extremist probe. This was 2009. Documents outlining Operation Vigilante Eagle on a surge in activity by such groups. The memo said the FBI's focus on veterans began as far back as December. This was 2009, final weeks of Bush administration, of course. And don't you know, yes, I knew there was a bigger Bush connection before he died. If, in fact, he did that. There was someone, did you see that when I sent to you, Frank, that Savali, that former Illuminati daughter from Germany that came to San Diego, of her experience, how she was groomed into this wealthy family she grew up, and all the brainwashing from the time she was 2 years old, all the awful things they did to her. And she talked about that they killed McCain. They murdered McCain, the military did, and they murdered George H.W. Bush because he disgraced them and their secrets. But the Black Ops went in. I don't know if that's true, but she seemed very matter of fact. Savali, she gave one interview. She didn't show her face. She was married, arranged marriage. That's how they do it. and the fact that she was in San Diego, which that's where all hell broke loose for me. That there's a extreme, huge demonic Illuminati presence in San Diego for the West Coast, and a huge satanic Illuminati experience or influence in Pennsylvania, because what kept coming back, which I am still finding out more, that I know you mentioned, Frank, and I know that what's her name, Romola had mentioned the Archdiocese, and Erica's mentioned the Archdiocese. The Vatican is directly responsible, and they have lots of money, lots of lawyers. And when this woman, Savali, said when she was 12, she had to witness at the Vatican that I've been to twice, because I wondered about my religious upbringing as a Catholic. I hated it. I knew something was wrong, but you didn't question in the small town you grew up in. And anyway, she had to watch a human child sacrifice down there in the catacombs where I had been, where these dead priests are in these embedded in gold, embalmed in gold. They bring out all these dead priests, pastors, cardinals, popes, whatever. They bring them all in this satanic circle where the pentagram is, down below in the catacombs. And that's where they do the child sacrifice. They take a couple of kids that they're indoctrinating, and she was 12 years old. She was frozen with fear. She didn't dare say a word. She was terrified when she had to watch this happen, and a couple adults doctor indoctrinated to watch this. They brought out all these dead popes. That's a offering to Satan himself. So there is this.
Yeah,
so the human trafficking, the pedophilia, the child sacrifices, they still do this. And yes, the Queen of England is part of it. Windsor Castle, which was bought by this Savoy family or whatever, that is part of getting Americans hooked on Prozac, the same thing that is put in the water, the fluoride that was given to the Holocaust prisoners. The fluoride does the same thing that the Prozac does, is dumbs them down. So other countries, like in Europe, they don't have fluoride in the water. They won't allow it. It was put in our water in the 40s during, the Nazi German occupation, that they brought those scientists over here, like Mengele, the crazy one that got Anna Taylor. I tried calling him a couple of times, and obviously he changed his number because I didn't say anything. I just wanted to hear his voice if that was really him, and sure enough, it was. And I saw the crazy things that he went to these conventions. He talked about anybody that speaks up. We want to shut them up, and that's why they call it quackery. Psychiatry is quackery. It was made up by the Nazi Germans. Mental health illness is not an illness at all. It's done by putting things in the water and the food to make people appear mentally unstable. They don't start out that way.
Okay, would anybody like to comment on that, or get involved, or start something new?
I have
something. I would like to make a comment, Frank. I'd like to make a comment about the Nazi scientists. There is this Og somebody person. Anyway, he was bringing in people from the Third Reich into America, and that's where they created the CIA. So
did you know Hitler? Did you know Hitler actually never died over in Germany? He actually lived in Argentina. He lived in Argentina in a cabin. They found it.
That's what they say.
And all the memorabilia there.
My point is, when they created 9/11, the CIA was the Homeland Security was staffed with all CIA personnel except for Napolitano. So if we look at what they were doing in Germany, this is exactly what they're doing here.
That's right.
And it's like, I don't know why even the using of the police and giving them permission to be as corrupt as whatever was like the brown shirts that Hitler used. And the community policing members can only be dispatched by law enforcement. So when the ones we call organized gang stalking, they're dispatched by law enforcement. No corporation can dispatch them. It's law enforcement. But one frontline officer can get you targeted.
Yep, it happened to me. And to go one step further, the Bushes own. Why do you think that they own land in South America? They cannot go to any UN country, or they will be arrested for war crimes because they already been convicted in an absentee court for war tribunal. So they can't go to any UN country. They can go to the UK because it's not a UN country anymore. They opted out because they were part of 9/11. Tony Blair, the Queen, all of that. I feel sorry for what's her name, that married, what's her name that married just recently. I think she's starting to find out now. She has no idea what she stepped into. It's pure evil.
Who is this now?
What's her name that married
Meghan Markle.
Oh,
Markle, yeah. She has
Meghan
no
Markle.
idea what she stepped into. She has and she's now realizing how evil. Now she's starting to have fights with the Queen herself because she's not putting up with her crap. She's gonna wear what she wants, when she wants. She doesn't care how revealing it is. She's gonna piss off the Queen, and the Queen's gonna die anyway soon. I mean, come on, she's gotta die soon. She's almost 100. She's gotta die.
Well, they better be careful. Princess Di stepped out too, so.
Who's that speaking right now? I just want.
Me?
Oh, okay.
Gail.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Want me to mute myself?
No. You're fine. No problem. I just tag everybody that are callers with names instead of numbers.
Frank, I have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Someone posted on Facebook on Targeted Massachusetts. He went to I think the doctor's name was Mike, and they scanned his body with an RF detector, and then they pulsed his body with both positive and negative charges, and he said it got rid of the voice to skull, and they put the phone number on. I have it. I wrote it down in case anybody wants it, but it's posted on Facebook. I just didn't know if you got a chance to look at it and what you thought about it.
I haven't had a chance yet, but Mike Mason was telling me about this guy, and I will have to research that. Apparently, there's a video on it.
Yeah, it shows him getting scanned, and it shows him, getting the charges and everything. And I just didn't know, what to think about it, because I'm hit really hard with voice to skull, and they do crazy things with lasers to me, and crazy things to my mind and body. They've done like severe hypnosis where I felt like I was on drugs. And so yeah, it's crazy what they do to me. And I know everybody's targeting is a little different. A lot of people yeah. So I haven't talked to anybody that's gone through what I've gone through. Although one guy did say that he was under mind control also. So but it's still a little bit different than mine. But anyway, I didn't know if anybody had seen this or what they thought about it, if they could really get rid of the voices. And I don't know in my case if it would help because they do EMF, ELF. I don't know the names of all of it. Oh, smart. I don't know if it's smart dust or nano. If that's the same thing, I might be getting my terminology wrong. But I see like little orbs, like specks of light, like little flashes of light all the time. I just saw one actually. I see one all the time.
In the corner of your eyes?
Yeah, like not exactly like directly what I'm looking at, but almost in my peripheral vision or like, or, you know what I mean?
That means, according to people that I've spoken with, that you are stressed to the max with the targeting and you need to take a break. And the next step after that I've had, and it turns colors. I think it turns yellow, red, and green or something like that. I can't remember it.
That's the spectrum, the radio frequency spectrum color.
Yeah, you see that in your peripheral vision.
Wow. Okay. All right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's intense. I've had it 3 times, and the second time I flashed myself with a camera because I just had my phone in my pocket and I ran into the right person and they said to do that, but I'm not recommending it, but it did silence it. It stopped it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty common among us, and a lot of us don't speak of it, but we should talk more about symptoms.
Right. Absolutely.
We should have a symptom night. We could have actually had it, but we had a lot of things going on.
Yeah, I've seen the red light before.
Yeah, and it'll be in your periphery. That's, and it'll actually start to take over.
How about this one? I close my eyes and I see a black square. Does anybody get that? It's crazy, and like it won't go away. Like somebody was talking about something that she sees when she closes her eyes, but it wasn't the black square. It was like some light that she saw. But I see a black square, and I don't know what that means, but that's what I say.
Okay, that's not a new one, but it just means we haven't seen it yet. You might have just looked at a light that was square, and it went to negative for some reason.
That's what I thought, but this has been going on for 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what it is, but I also see rays like rays of light with a circle in the middle, and it'll move, and it moves at the point where the lasers cross, and that's crazy. I mean, it's hard to explain. That's probably the best way I can explain it. But
I'm going to an eye doctor tomorrow because in the center of my eye, I'm seeing a black pulsing round circle that pulses with my heartbeat. So the doctor wanted me to come in right away. So I have to go in tomorrow and up with that. But if you have had the perps shine something in your eyes, or it feels like they are, that feels uncomfortable, or it feels like somebody is shining an extremely bright light in your eyes and it hurts, they call that, or at least my perps do, their glass. It's like they're taking a magnifying glass and holding it up to your eye. And it's a burning feeling. And I have a feeling that is causing eye damage throughout the community. So that's why I think we should have just a symptom night. Okay, who has this symptoms? I'll make out a list, and I'll see if we can have a special call for that. Friday, nothing's getting in the way of the V2K call. So anybody who wants to be on the V2K call, simply write me at frank@targetedmassachusetts.org. In the subject line, just write V2K. and give me your phone number so I can text you the information.
Frank.
Yes.
Some guy sent me, text me this news article called "Finally Admitted: New Text Can Beam Voices Directly into Your Head," and it's by TruthStream Media. And
I've got that.
Oh, you have that?
Yeah. Actually, it was sent to me by Ann. New tech can beam directly into your head by laser.
Right.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that for real. And it's done through your eyes. That's the only way they can do it. They can't do that through your ears. It has to be your eyes. And the reasoning behind that is that's the thinnest entry to your brain. And naturally, it's optical. So it's going to try and record this image that's coming at it. And the smallest computer on the world that fits on the side of a nickel takes optical commands. So you might want to think about that. So I'm going to have them look in my eyes for whatever they can find. I'm just going to have them dig and see what's going on.
Hopefully they'll tell you the truth and not sabotage the exam. But I know that the technology, when they're beaming it in your eyes and in your face, it starts to cause cataracts in the eyes. And the optometrist might ask, "Are you wearing sunglasses when you're outdoors and everything?" Well, we're rarely outdoors because of our targeting. So I'm like, no, that's from radiation. Oh, from radiation, he says. So, they're not gonna do anything. But there's a little 9-minute video on this thing that he sent me. Would you like for me to play it?
If it's a video, just send me the link and I'll play it.
Okay. Let me figure out how to do that. Let me see. Okay.
You can send it by email if you want to. I'll pick it right up.
No, let me send it by text because I don't know how to do all of that. Okay. Okay. Number? The number?
Yeah.
I need the number to send it to.
508-857-8334.
857-8334. That was 508-857-8334.
You've got it.
Just sent it.
Okay. I just got it.
Okay, I have background noise. Hi, Laura from Colorado. Can you hear me?
How you doing, Laura?
Oh my gosh, you can't hear me, miracle. Just on the note of the call, Tracy found something interesting. People that are being charged like a cent a minute or whatever, she found a number that you can use that you're not charged. She wants to give us that.
Okay, hold on a second. I should have gotten some here, but okay, you sent the finally admitted.
I'm sorry?
High C sent the finally admitted it.
Admit what?
Activistpost.com. Is she still with us?
Yes, that's what I just sent it. I just sent that, yeah.
I got it.
Okay, I'm muting myself.
So. Oh, I think there is a video with that. I'll let you know in a second. Yep, there is. Okay. Well, it's coming at you then. I'm going to see how long it is and see. True Stream Media. Okay.
So I wanted to drop this name so people, it's beyond my grasp or understanding, but there's this former Navy intelligence person who was stationed in England and Maryland, and I think he knows Karen Stewart. He's in Morocco now to get away from all of this because he was being heavily targeted. His name is Tivon, Tivon Rivers, Rivers, and just look up targeted individual.
Okay.
Surviving electronic harassment, B2K gang stalking, ex-military.
The Twilight Zone has become reality. Science fiction has become science fact. And people are asking questions now. I saw this the other day. I think it's a good introduction to what I'm about to talk about. Somebody just posted this. Okay, so paranoid schizophrenia about the government always watching you used to be a mental illness. Now it's just a realistic understanding of how the world works, right? I mean, that's a question that is being seriously asked about our society in 2019. And I had just retweeted that out yesterday thinking, wow, that's a milestone. And today I saw this. They're fully admitting now that they have technology which can transmit audio directly into your ears from a distance without anyone else around you knowing that it's happening to you. So they can put voices in your head, and they're admitting it now. This is technology that's been around on record since at least the 70s, and they've always kind of denied that it's true, and they've made people who claim they're targeted by such technology sound like crazy lunatics who have schizophrenia or mental problems or something like that. But now in 2019, well, this is going to be commercially viable tech that they're going to try and find a reason why we need to have such a thing and say that it's all good. And this is in futurism.com, but it's based on a press release that came out of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They used a laser to transmit audio directly into someone's ears. And it says scientists have figured out how to use a laser to transmit audio ranging from music to speech to a person across a room without any receiver equipment. It says our system can be used from some distance away to beam information directly into someone's ear. MIT researcher Charles M. Wynn said in a press release, it is the first system that uses lasers that are fully safe for the eyes and skin to localize an audible signal to a particular person in any setting. And they published a paper in the Journal of Optic Letters, and they describe how they have two different methods to transmit tones, music, and recorded speech to a person's ears directly via a laser. Says the technique allowed them to transmit sound to a person more than 8 feet away at a volume of 60 decibels, which is about the loudness of background music or a conversation in a restaurant, without anyone between the source of the sound and the target hearing it. So if this was going on and you were sitting in a room, someone 8 feet away is beaming words into your mind, you're hearing voices. If you don't know that's happening to you, you're just going to suddenly think you've got schizophrenia and you've gone insane, because you're going to just suddenly be hearing voices and nobody else around you is going to hear it. And so no one else is going to know what's going on, and you'll just look like an insane person. And I just want to point this out because, like I said before, they act like they haven't had this for a really long time. But it quietly came out back in the 70s that they were using pulsed microwaves to do this to people in military laboratories. And one such book is this one, Microwave Auditory Effects and Applications by James C. Lynn. This came out in 78, but it's talking about a paper from 75. I mean, these are not things that were widely released to the public. Oh, hey, by the way, military's figured out how to do this. They just quietly put it in the middle of a very dense science book that probably hardly anybody was even reading or had a copy of at the time. But it talks about how direct communication of speech via appropriate modulation of microwave energy has been demonstrated by Sharp and Grove. They tape recorded each of the single syllable words for digits between 1 and 10. So they counted between 1 and 10 and taped themselves saying it. And then the speech wave forms of each word were converted to digital signals in a fashion, and they radiated themselves with this speech modulated microwave energy, and they were able to hear and identify and distinguish the words just simply by being radiated with the microwave energy. But it goes on to say that communication of more complex words and full sentences wasn't attempted because at that time the power density that would be required to transmit those messages would have exceeded the safety guide for radiation exposure. Of course, I've already done videos on how that is a joke in this country anyway, but not the point. They claimed they didn't go further with it because they didn't want to mess with the safety limit. You can choose to believe that if you want to, but obviously research on this did not stop, because then by 1989, you had a patent get awarded with a seemingly benign, boring title that no one would really pay attention to, hearing device. The patent, if you read the abstract, says it's a method and apparatus for simulation of hearing in mammals by introduction of a plurality of microwaves into the region of the auditory cortex. By this method, sounds are perceived by the mammal, which are representative of the original sound received by the microphone, which is a really arduous way of just straight up saying they were able to talk into a microphone and beam it into the heads of quote unquote mammals. And obviously they're talking about a person, because this is the head of, obviously looks like the head of a human being down here in the drawing, being beamed with microwave radiation. Doesn't look like just any mammal. It's a person, so they're just being really vague and ridiculous in their language. But basically, this is what came to be known as voice-to-skull technology. And now we live in a world where they're just openly admitting they have this now. And they're going to use lasers now to do this. So this is totally full-on military technology, and they're going to try and push it into the public domain and make it justifiable that we would have what could essentially be used as a torture device to make people going insane by hearing voices in their head from a distance where no one around them can even pick up on it. I mean, it sounds like a science fiction nightmare come true. And here, listen to this justification they say here in this article. It says they believe further research will allow them to scale up the transmission device, which would make the technique useful in dangerous situations, such as during a mass shooting, where authority beam instructions directly to individuals without anyone else hearing them. Really?
Crowd control.
That's the justification for having such a device, is so that the authorities can beam instructions directly into people's heads. That doesn't sound like a slippery slope that could be misused in 1,000+ different other ways. Give me a break. But I guess people accept that intrusion because it's for your safety, right? It's for your security. So everyone's willing to trade their freedom inside their own brain, the security of that. And obviously there's
What's wrong with a megaphone?
used, right?
Really?
naive are they going to pretend to be about this? I mean, how many different ways can this technology be used in a positive way versus how many different ways can this technology be abused in a evil villain in a science fiction movie kind of way? I mean, it doesn't take an MIT researcher to ask that question. We hope that this will eventually become a commercial technology, researcher Ryan M. Sullenberger said. There are a lot of exciting possibilities, and we want to develop the communication technology in ways that are useful. Yeah? Real technology. Okay? That would be my question. I'm just thinking of 7 years of targeted individuals contacting us with their stories that all sound horrifying, and you can never tell if what they're saying to you is real. It seems real enough to them, or if they're just insane. Well, guess what? This technology exists, and they're just now deciding they're going to widespread announce it to the public. So when people say things like, paranoid schizophrenia about the government always watching you used to be a mental illness, but now it's just a realistic understanding of how the world works, that's not even a question. That's just a statement of fact. I think the Twilight Zone was really just getting us all ready to live in the reality they are now presenting us with.
Hey, Frank, can I play just a little bit of what Tavon Rivers talks about the ex-Intel Navy guy?
Sure.
Okay. Just tell me when to stop.
All right.
He explains it.
My name is Tavon Rivers. I'm a targeted individual and an electronic harassment and gang stalking survivor, and this is my testimony.
So let's start with your background. Tell us a little bit about how you grew up and the kind of work that you did, where you lived.
Well, my background, I'm from the Washington, Northern Virginia, North Carolina area. My family is originally from North Carolina. I was born and raised in a military family. My dad was a Navy submariner. He was also an electronics technician. And basically, the East Coast is where I was born and raised. I spent some time in the university. Eventually ended up going into the Navy as a cryptologic technician, which involves electronics training and the sort of thing needed to repair most electromechanical items. So I had a career in the Navy, 6 years in the Navy. Enjoyed those 6 years. And in the end, my last my last station was in RAF Minwood Hill in North Yorkshire in England. And it was there that I married my ex, and we both decided to leave the defense community in 2006. And I lived there in the UK for about 12 years. I was originally stationed there in 2004.
Before we go into the UK and what happens there, I just wanted to know if you can give a little bit about the type of work that you were doing while you were in the Navy, as much as you can, as much as you can say, because there's things you're not supposed to talk about, and we'll respect that. But the type of work you were doing and the types of agencies that were around you, so that you, just to give people an idea that you were part of these circles in some way.
Yes. So this is as a reference. I was a cryptologic technician, and I performed network installation and repair of equipment for installations. So we flew around and repaired equipment. And the things we talk about with regard to electronic harassment later in the interview has nothing to do with anything that I worked on. That although I did have a top secret clearance and I was read into certain programs, they have in no way have anything to do with the things I've experienced since I left the Navy over 12 years ago. So, and if anyone who's familiar with that kind of community knows that top secret clearances are given out like candy, and doesn't mean that you know anything about any of the programs that are going on parallel to what you're working on. So while I was in the Navy, that was pretty much my duty. I repaired electromechanical equipment, network equipment primarily, and I flew around, and that was primarily my job.
So you were installing all of the equipment for other different projects all over the place to make sure that the communication systems were set up. That's part of the equipment installation and all of that. And also just wanted to mention that in the military there is compartmentalization.
Yes.
So there are many different levels in the military, and most of them are on a need-to-know basis. So I think that giving out top secret clearance like candy is a good way of putting it, because that doesn't mean that you really know anything. You're just doing your job, and you're doing the best that you can do, and you don't know about things that are going on in levels above you.
Or beside you. I worked next to contractors.
Okay.
Contractors you work with on some of these projects. But to answer your question with regard to some of the agencies that were using the equipment that we're installing, it did include intelligence agencies as well.
Okay. And so I just wanted to ask about between, being an American and then deciding to move and relocate to the UK. Could you just tell us some of your reasons behind wanting to leave America back then?
At the time, I enjoyed my time in the Navy personally as a personal career, especially the friends and the things I learned there. But I had a problem with the direction of politics as far as the war footing. And so I made a conscious decision to leave the military after my 6 years. But I also enjoyed seeing the rest of the world. And at the time, the rest of the world for me was England. I enjoyed the UK. And I thought that what I would try to do is do something away from the military world, the defense world, and go into something more open and free, like art. So I wanted to try to open up a contracting business where I did websites and graphic design, oil painting, doing commissions for things like that. It was also the time when I met my ex, who was also in the defense community, where we both decided, she was British, decided to leave the military world and just go out in the private sector and just break away from that.
So now this is where it gets into some interesting things here, because you lived in the UK for about 9 years.
About
9 years, and you were working different IT jobs while you were there. And in the beginning, when you met your ex-wife, the two of you left the services together. She was working at a job that you were working at, and that's how you met.
Yes.
And you both decided to leave that particular world and go on to different careers, right? Different paths. And the reason I bring that up is because you've spoken about how maybe, looking back in hindsight, that was the problem. The fact that you had left that world of. Well, describe that.
Well, when I left the Navy while stationed in North Yorkshire, I remember my chain of command. In one sense, they respected my decision to do so, but they encouraged me to go back to the States. And I've always been free-willed. If there's something I'd like to try and explore, I just do it. And so I had mixed reactions from people who were within my chain of command. Some of my colleagues, they didn't understand why I left, but to be honest, anyone who hasn't looked at what's been happening since September 11th, it can be very difficult if you're in the services. And for me, my family, my uncles, they all, I'm like third generation military, so you're told certain stories about how the country runs or how things should run, how things should operate. So when you see certain things happen in your career, you have questions. And it's not from the perspective of someone who doesn't know, but more like from what you've been told from your parents who were military, how things should work.
Would you be willing to share that perspective in this interview about your feelings about what you saw around September 11th and what kind of started your questioning process?
Yes. I mean, my problem, the questions I've had has always been, well, things like the Twin Towers being hit by a plane, the air defenses being down that day.
Yeah, where was all the air defense? Because normally, your father, who was in the military, told you that there's always going to be some kind, like a plane would never make it in that far without getting shot down.
And definitely, an object hitting the Pentagon that shouldn't happen either.
Right.
And where are some of the things that people should look at are, where are the testimonials of veterans talking about the air defenses on that day? But I remember from a young age, 8 years old, my father at the time had left the Navy. He was working as a contractor in Washington, D.C., and even at that age, and this is still the Cold War, or the end of the Cold War, where he's telling me if the Russians ever launch missiles at Washington, D.C., there's a whole battery of anti-aircraft weaponry that the United States has. And this is the type of upbringing I was raised in. And he told me things he probably shouldn't have told me, but I think in reality, I think a lot of military families are told these things so that they know, especially if the children are probably going to end up being in the military themselves. So there's a whole other layer. There's a whole other layer of reality for those who serve in the military, multi-generations in the military and the services. So where I was, the team I was working with, we were literally a few blocks away from getting hit on September 11th. And a lot of us were asking all kinds of questions to party because we were all had to evacuate from the buildings we were working in. So that's always been in the back of my mind. I remember after September 11th, I couldn't sleep for 3 days. I was always in the gym working out, trying to get my head around how to see peace. So for me, September 11th always keeps coming back to me.
So lately we've been hearing that was the day the world changed, and some like Native American tribal circles think that was the time of the beginning of the Great Transformation. So I definitely think that the world is going to like since September 11th, has become a thanks for sharing that.
Something happened to the volume?
In the UK. And let's talk a little bit about Minwood Hill.
That's better.
And because you discovered something at Minwood Hill just recently that you did not know while you were actually stationed there. So let's talk about you being stationed there, roughly what you were doing there, and what you've discovered about Minwood Hill recently.
Well, in the past couple of months, well, it's longer than that, since I've been electronically targeted in 2014, I've been trying to find different ways of to remedy the symptoms I've been suffering from this targeting. A lot of the targeting is directed energy. It's meant to induce pain, keep you up at night, and a lot of other things like insomnia and so forth. So when you're doing your research, if you are someone who's a targeted individual, you want to find out what this is, how is the energy delivered, who's responsible for all of this, and as you do your research, you start coming across certain agencies that keep popping up in testimonials by other people who claim to be electronic harassment victims, who've actually filed court cases in the United States or in the Five Eyes in the UK. So I came across some documents by someone who was filing a court case in Britain. And basically what they alleged is that they were an electronic harassment victim, and that they claimed that the electronic harassment was coming from a team out of Minwood Hill. and they presented in this this documentation is available online. It was public domain, but this was basically a file that they filed to one of the courts in England to basically put a stop to this harassment. And when I saw this document, I was basically floored because for me it was like there was a loop that was coming full circle. You know, here I am back in 2004 to 2006 stationed in Minwood Hill, and for me a day would be like I'm doing my work on the base, getting out of work, I'm stationed off base, and you know I work out, and you know I have a life. And when I drive in the next morning in the base, I see a lot of people protesting. A lot of these were British locals protesting the base being there, and we're trying to just ignore them and just drive on into the base and do your job.
Wow.
You know, these people have signs and all kinds of stuff. I didn't tend not to read the signs. I'm just, you know, doing my job.
Do you remember what any of the signs said at all?
A lot of it is just, you know, the base shouldn't be here. This is British soil. You know, Americans get off the base.
Wow.
Type of thing. So, you know, but I'm thinking, well, it's just because people don't appreciate the base being there. And at the time, I'm thinking, you know, defending the freedoms from terrorism, because you know those radomes. Anyone who looks up the base online will see that it's a surveillance type of platform. But someone like me, I was thinking, well, it's to, you know, intercept communications from terrorists, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And here I am in 2017, and I find this document by someone who claims that no, this is a platform that's used to electronically torture people.
Now, we're gonna go in depth to what these devices are, what they do. We've done so much together, talking about electronic harassment, showing the patents for all of the different weapons that are out there that are being used on citizens, and there is so much documentation and proof. But this is a really interesting part of your story. I can see that you're getting emotional because it's tough to look back in hindsight and realize that you saw the weapons that were being used that would eventually be turned on you.
Yes.
So, and I've had moments like that too. So I'm sure people can understand that when you look back in your memory and you realize that you saw something and you didn't understand what it was at the time, but now that you look back, you see what it is, and it's hard. It's a hard pill to swallow that such diabolical evil can exist and does exist. But that's why we're putting this testimony out there for you and for others that are listening.
Yes.
So let's move forward a little bit. So you left Minwood Hill, and by the way, we're going to put a link to the documentation about that lawsuit. So anybody listening to this can go to the description in the video or on the blog and try to find that link so that you can look up the actual court case yourself, so you can see that portion of the story.
Yeah.
So let's move on to when you first remember your electronic harassment beginning and your then the gang stalking beginning. And I want to start with the art fair that you were at. Now, you are an artist, an amazing artist, and we can put some pictures of your work up on this testimony so you can see that the level of skill that Tavon has as an oil painter is really, it's unbelievable. And you spent a lot of time, you went to school for that, and so it's a real talent that you have. You were painting at an art fair, open area art fair in the UK.
Yeah.
Do you want to mention what area of the UK it was in?
It was in Cirencester.
Cirencester. And so you were painting, and something happened while you were at this open public event that you have remembered ever since that day. I think that perhaps this might have been the beginning.
Yes. Yeah. So, well, to give a bit of background, also during this time, I just recently moved into an apartment complex, having been there for several months. I was in the middle of a separation, so I was trying to kind of get back on my feet and try to start doing things that I really enjoyed, which was the oil painting. So there's several weeks when in Cirencester Town Hall there they have public exhibitions from local crafts and things. And I thought I could just do some public painting during the week. And this one particular day I was painting, and I had this easel, and I'm really just out there doing a large painting, and you're surrounded by people all around you. Just people coming in and out. This one particular thing that stands out with me is that when I was working on this small detail, I was surrounded by several groups of people, and I felt three sharp pulses in the back of my neck. And it was strange because it wasn't like a cramp. It was like, it's hard to describe. It almost felt like my neck was seizing up and that I was about to pass out. I had to adjust myself. And that stood out for me because that was very unusual. I'm used to painting in public venues, and I know what being exhausted and cramping and readjusting feels like and that sort of thing. And this was something different. And so that stood out for me. And within the week of that event or incident, the electronic targeting started. The heavy electronic targeting started a week after that.
So let's describe what that is to people that don't know about this, because most people don't understand what electronic harassment is, and they just don't have any idea.
Yeah.
But then there are many people that are being targeted. More and more people are being targeted, and they're coming out on YouTube videos and testimonies. So there's a community that's growing of people that are victims of this.
Yeah.
They're finding each other
Yeah,
and
that's
trying
right.
to help each other.
Yeah.
So we just wanted to add this testimony
That's right.
to that community.
Yeah.
So that people can benefit from it. So let's describe because there's two components to this. There's gang stalking,
Yes. Yeah.
and then there's electronic harassment.
Yeah.
So first, let's cover the electronic harassment.
Okay.
What did you experience? What is it?
Well, the symptoms are very broad. So the thing about this program is when you start to describe what they are, it comes off kind of disjointed.
Mm-hmm.
But when you analyze what the main theme of the program is, it kind of puts things in perspective. So the whole purpose of the electronic harassment program is to have a bunch of small little things happen to you in such a way that you don't know what's going on. You can't delineate what's happening. But basically,
Stop or go.
What it is for me, it started off by experiencing pain and inflammation and extreme nightmares. That's the way it started for me. And now the thing is that during this time, I was really trying to keep myself healthy and detoxing. I was drinking bicarb every day. I was jogging. I was jogging like 5 miles 3 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time, if I was finely tuned, I know that if something was to happen to me externally, I would know it. Because it was like so far from the norm.
Okay.
And so the way it started off for me was that I would wake up in a cold sweat. I'd go into the bathroom, look at myself in the mirror, and my face would be red flush, my eyes would be beet red. But I have like an inflammation on my legs or on my limbs. And with no explanation, just what is this? And this will continue over a period of time. And then now this happened all in a week period. It would progress from there to in the evenings, before I go to bed, I would get jolts in my back along my spine, right before I'm about to go into REM sleep. And it's like I couldn't go to sleep. It was like a constant jolt of pain so that you can't sleep. And so now you have inflammation, you have jolts that keep you awake at night.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to be progressively worse. So you're tired during the day, during your working hours, so you don't perform during work like you should.
And just to clarify a little bit, looking now that you've learned what you've learned,
yes, yeah.
These symptoms, you believe,
yes,
were caused by electronic microwave weapons.
Yes, that's right.
That they can be beamed into a person.
Yes.
From things like satellites.
Yes.
Relaying off of things like cell phone towers.
Yeah.
Satellite dishes on rooftops, things along those lines. They can use those as a network to beam an electronic microwave into a person's body.
Yes.
So you feel that this is what you were experiencing.
In summary, yes, and it's taken literally 2 years of research to come to that conclusion based on my background as a technician and reading other people's testimonials and other people who are victims but also happen to be engineers. That's the conclusion. But at the time, back in 2014, it's the shock and awe of this weapons platform. When you're hit with it, you're trying to figure out what the heck is going on with me.
Also, the 3 jabs that you felt in the back of your neck while you were in the art fair, you feel that those are, that was when they placed maybe some sort of an implant into you to create, or they created a signal into your body so that's when they tagged you to become a target.
I now, in hindsight, I now believe what that was is some kind of signaling system.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it requires anyone to physically implant you with anything. And I think this goes into other things about how everyone at some degree is trackable because of what's in the environment. But I think what that was a signal capture system where a group of people beam a signal at your body, and that signal is picked up by a remote location. And once that's acquired, you're on the network 24/7. I think that's what that was. When you're plugged into the system, I think that's when you feel sensations in your body. That's kind of like the capture. That's like the capture. A set of frequencies hit your body. The response you feel, in my case, was pains in the back of the neck, because I think this system has something to do with tracking your nervous system. And that goes into other things and how that's possible. And I think once those set of frequencies are captured and it's identified as you, the target, then you can just assign a number to that on a database somewhere, and there you are. You're tracked 24/7. So that's why I believe what happened there. But as far as progressing from that incident to what happened over the course of a week, towards the end of that week, I was literally experiencing what some people call V2K, or voice to skull, basically signals hitting my brain, and it comes off as auditory signals. So,
all right, let's talk about the V2K.
Okay.
So let's open that up, and first, V2K stands for Voice to Skull Technology.
Voice to Skull Technology, yeah.
It's also been called the Voice of God technology.
Yeah.
And roughly what it is it's the ability to take a sound and beam it through microwaves or frequencies into someone's head, into someone's skull, so that only that person can hear it.
Yeah.
And this is a very real technology that's been thoroughly documented. We've done a lot of work explaining it, showing videos and examples to document it and back this up. So it's a real technology that is actually being used by covert operations, for lack of a better term for it, and it's being used on citizens of many different countries. Specifically, the ones where it's really prevalent is the Five Eyes countries, which would be America, the UK, New Zealand, Australia, and Canada.
Yeah.
These are the places where it happens the most, but there's a lot of it going on in European countries as well that we've been finding. So now that we've defined what voice V2K is, can you describe your experience with it?
So these signals, when it hits the skull, the apparition are voices. and these voices have intelligence to them. You know what the voices are saying to you.
Mm-hmm.
So someone's on the other end, either as an operator or through a computer algorithm, speaking a string of sentences that only you, the target, can hear.
What kinds of things do they say?
For lack of a better word, it's quite frankly demonic. But these are things like you are and I think, by the way, these scripts vary.
Mm-hmm.
They vary from person to person. I believe these scripts are to destroy the person on all levels so that they have a mental breakdown. But because of, I'll just tell you what the intelligence is of the signals. That's what they call the actual string of sentences.
Mm-hmm.
So that if anyone's a veteran out there and they've experienced the same thing, or they've used to work in the contractor community and they're now their V2K and they're afraid to talk about it, I don't mind talking about it now, because I think some of these scripts are being used on certain sets of people who, quite frankly, are morally upright, are very patriotic of their country, but they don't like corruption.
Yeah.
So for me, the intelligence would be the following sentences. You're a spy. You're a Russian spy, which is ridiculous, but you're a Russian spy. You hate Israel. You know, I think that's an interesting one.
Mm.
You are a traitor. Someone needs to kill you and take you out. Or sometimes we'll say in the third person, someone needs to take this person out. I think a lot of people who are experiencing V2K, by the way, are threatened regularly with their lives about each day they're going to be dead.
Yeah.
Or they're going to die in their sleep. Sometimes the operators brag about how they love doing this kind of work.
Mm-hmm.
They brag about how many people they've murdered this way. The operators assume the role of agents of the CIA or of the UN or of whatever other would be considered a large organization. And I believe a lot of that is a demoralization tactic, so that the individual, the target, feels like there's nothing they can do to fight against this. It's as if this platform, which I pretty much have concluded is decentralized, and has to be a multi-billion-dollar military-based platform, has opened a pipe for various people from various organizations to use for their own different purposes. So, for all I know, these operators could be a bunch of delusional psychopaths working for a contractor. The intelligence of the signal can arrive because it's satellite-based and ground-based, can be thousands of miles away. So although the voice might, and this is again, and also this kind of dismisses the whole idea that it's multiple personality disorder that the person is suffering from. I'm an American, and although the accents from the signals are British in nature.
That's interesting.
Right. Still, the people who are sending those signals can be in another country that is in no way associated with England. But I think, especially if you're targeted, you need to think along those lines, that a lot of these signals are meant to induce response, to make you think it's someone within the relationship that you had. Because before you even get in this program, I think I was put under surveillance ever since I left the military and I stayed in Britain. So I think at some degree, MI5, MI6 are involved with putting me on someone's blacklist. However, the person who's doing this, or the group, or the team that's doing the actual harassment could be in another country for all I know. I think this is very important. People must not, or targets must not, fall into the trap of it's your neighbor who's doing this. It may or may not be. And indeed, the system, if you listen to the reports and the testimonies of people like Karen Stewart, who is an ex-NSA employee, who also has been put on this program, she's concluded that a lot of these perpetrators or operators tend to be from the contractor community. And if you are ex-military and you work next to contractors, anyone who's in that community knows that contractors can be given top secret clearances and not have worked in the forces.
I want to talk about the timing of this, because you had mentioned that you were going through a separation from your ex-wife at the time.
Yes.
When this activity, we'll call it, because there's more to it, there's gang stalking as well.
That's right.
Began. So at that time, it was, so you were being separated. So that's a very difficult, vulnerable time for a person. And I wanted to kind of just highlight that a little bit, because this seems to be a pattern that this program begins targeting people during vulnerable moments in their life, when they're getting divorced, when there's a death in the family. What have you seen along those lines, and do you think that that's what was going on with you?
In 2014, when the harassment started in that apartment complex, which now I believe that complex for me, that apartment was rigged for harassment. And it probably is not the only one. I experienced actual on-the-ground surveillance by people and building contractors around the place I stayed at.
Which we're going to get into that when it comes to the gang stalking as well.
So I ended up leaving that place. But for me, I was going through a separation, but it was also a period of time when I had a relationship with someone for a brief period of time who were friends of ours at the time, and I was dating this person, and there are some strange occurrences around that whole relationship that for me I felt very uncomfortable with. And I think at some level that interaction also contributed to the targeting. What makes this thing complicated is it's as if once you're under surveillance, and it's for a period of years, any groups of people that you're interacting with, especially if it's local within an area, and they have their control grid there with intelligence agents and whatnot, a narrative is created about you, and these people go into your life, go into your friends, go to your neighbors, start spreading crazy rumors about you, meant to destroy your credibility, your character. It's like, think of the Ten Commandments and everything that is negated. It's the bearing of the false witness, and on and on and on. So I feel that also contributed to this electronic targeting. But in general, I had that on top of the separation. And so when this happened, the electronic targeting, I tried to tell my spouse that I was separating from at the time. And, she obviously concerned. The biggest response people get who are targeted, they get a response saying, we're concerned about you being overstressed, or maybe you need to see a psychiatrist, maybe you need to get
on medication.
Or seek counseling. And at the time, I'm being electronically targeted in my apartment by myself. So I packed my things and I went to this other place.
Well, before you go into that part,
do you want me to continue on or stop?
It relates to being in that apartment complex. So,
hello?
Can you try your best to define?
Hello? Amy, I think we lost Amy.
She just said hello. Do you want me to continue?
Oh yeah. It's up to everybody else. It's your call. That's why.
Nice to hear it.
Yeah, it's one of the best ones I think I've heard in a while.
Yeah.
This is probably her right there.
Yeah, I was listening. It was good.
Sorry, Frank, that was long. So ask Karen Stewart. I think they know each other personally since they're both in the intelligence community. You mentioned her. So I'm sorry. I didn't know when I should stop, but I guess.
No, everybody's interested in hearing it.
Can somebody share the link with Frank?
Yeah,
Sure, I'll be glad to send it over to him.
I'm trying to get the link to that video.
Just send me the.
Yeah, it's Tavon Rivers. He's in Morocco, and he has him and his new girlfriend or lady friend that he worked with in the UK, which he was stationed up near Wales. I was stationed in the southeastern part of England. So I don't remember because there was no internet when I was in. So we were in different time frames when he was over there and when I was over there. But yeah, I'll be glad to send that link over right now.
Me, and I'll make it available for everyone else.
Yeah, and I wish I'm going to have to go back and listen to what Karen had to say on your Friday night call because I was trying to divide it up, and I recorded as much as I could of Romola D's conversation with Eric Hughes Jones with courtroomwatch.org, and if you could put that up too, courtroomwatch.org with Michael Large, Air Force veteran. So he's still working on that. I don't know if he has any success with getting him out of there, or he said he was going to do a phone blitz and have everybody call in. But to me, when we, you were there when we did the Tyler case, Navy Tyler in South Carolina, that worked to his detriment, and they just fought back. In fact, they named him Eric Hughes Jones with Courtroom Watch and Lori, a Navy spouse, in the lawsuits to sue them. The mother, who was really evil, of Tyler. But yeah, I'm gonna send that to you right now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a fantastic video.
Yeah, really is.
And here's some more.
He actually has answers, and he has helpful hints and things that he can send to you guys free of charge or little to no money for solutions that he has. And being that he was in the Intel community, which I was involved in the Intel community indirectly on deployments with the Marines, the Army, and the fighter pilots. He was directly IT, so he was like, he had a top secret clearance. I only had access to top secret and classified, and I had to type up orders and redact things from where the fighter pilots were flying to. So he really has the in the know. If anyone's to know, he has the know. His name is Tavon Rivers, and Naomi, the woman who's interviewing him, they live in Morocco now. He had to move to Morocco because he was in Maryland, and he really got deeply targeted there. And like he said, the American military told him as soon as he leaves the military to go back to the United States. Well, they didn't tell him why, just as they didn't tell me why not to come to the base that I was coming to stateside. They didn't tell me why it's a bad base and I shouldn't go there. I had to find out for myself why it was so bad. But yeah, it was one of many good videos, and you post a lot of good videos, Frank, so thank you for that.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, we'll be playing a lot more. If anybody would like to write on the newsletter, it goes out every Sunday. If they'd like to be an author in the newsletter, let me know. We've got
nice.
Luda is actually writing, what would you call them? Holistic cures and things like that. And
awesome.
Second one now, and she usually
Let
gives.
me know if you're getting them, because I'm not getting a lot of my my emails that I'm supposed to be getting from my the vet that's supposed to be helping me get my license back that they stole and extorted, and money, and blackmailed me and all that stuff that happened in San Diego. So yeah, San Diego and Pennsylvania is Illuminati headquarters for sure. Demonic, satanic sacrifice, the whole nine.
Great.
Archdiocese. Okay, I'm sending it to you now. So Tavon Rivers. Yeah, I didn't have the luxury he did. Came through from third generation military. I didn't have that luxury / knowledge that he was passed down, stuff that was top secret and classified from his family. I had no clue what to expect because I didn't have anyone in my family that was military. So, but he has a good head on his shoulders. How he's able to keep it together, and I'm not able to keep it together as well as he does.
Frank, are you going to put the video link on your website?
The one that I just got, or the previous one?
Yeah. The one where the guy was being interviewed?
Yep.
I'm sending it right now. And tell Karen Stewart. I've got a lot more too.
Oh, stupid me. It's in my history. What am I talking about?
Sent it right now. Let me know you got it, because
and hello
they
to
hide things. Then I'll send Courtroom Watch.
Covered a little while ago.
Okay, this is bizarre because it's Zoom.
Watch.org.
One second. Let me take care of that.
And in case anybody's interested, on the Monday night, they American Liberty, what is it? I forget what it is that Connie and had told me about this organization, which is really good. That organization in New York that does free legal stuff, where they do sit in court and they do help with legal stuff for free. What is that called again? NLA, National Liberty Alliance. I have the phone number to call in. They have a Monday night. They have a prayer group on the weekends, I think, too. Just look National Liberty Alliance in upstate New York. They have a whole plethora of stuff. Right to travel, which I didn't know. We have the right to travel. It's not just a privilege. It's actually a law. Way back in the I don't know if it's in the Constitution, but it's some kind of legal mumbo jumbo, which I don't know much about. Civil law. I know a lot about military law because I had to protect myself and others.
Okay. Let me get that link sent to myself so that
I sent it to you. Let me know you got it.
Where did you send it to? Text?
I sent it to, the Targeted Massachusetts, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on.
And then Eric Hughes Jones, I have his phone number, but he also goes by, let's see, the one that he had on Friday, I think it was called Screamers Republic 1776 or something like that. Chris was the guy with, I think he was out of Nevada, out of Vegas.
Okay,
there's many others that are involved in that.
Angel. How far down is that video and what does it look like? Forbidden Tech, is that it?
Hold on, let me take a look and see, because I didn't send it to myself. So
Angela Power Dis.
I just put Tavon Rivers, Navy, Intel, Karen Stewart.
No, I'm there.
It says to CC myself on a lot of this stuff because it doesn't seem to go through.
Okay, it says angelascash.org, forbidden tech, targeted individuals, free energy, fallen angels.
No, I gotta send that one. I'll try again. They keep skewing what I type in. I'll send it again. Watch.org. Feather knows more than I do because she's still working with him pretty closely. She's connected.
Let's suppose that you're writing a really
You sent that. I'm gonna send it again. If I can find it. Tavon Rivers, target individual.
Okay, I've got my two in there. Now I just need yours, and we'll be cool with it. Yeah, if anybody wants to hear that again or anything else again, just say, hey, yeah, it's your call. Just vote.
No, it doesn't want me to bring it up. Tavon Rivers, targeted.
Should be in your history.
So it's Tavon Rivers, Navy Tech?
Yep.
Okay.
That's him.
That's the video?
Yeah, he goes by V2K, targeted individual. I think that's all too, is type in targeted individual. Because it's kind of a common name. Tivon Rivers. Maybe that.
Hey, you gave me a link to Courtroom.
Yeah, I sent that one too.
Okay, good.
Okay, that's not bringing up his. Forget how to go into the history. There we go, I found it. Surviving Electronic Harassment, B2K. All right, I'm sending it to you in a minute. I'll CC myself to make sure it goes through. Share. Google.
Okay, Tracy, we'll send you what you need right for Mike, because you never know what might happen.
Okay, just sent it now. So check it. See if it
Got
arrives. It's powerful testimony. Surviving electronic harassment, V2K, gang stalking from ex-military engineer.
Okay, that didn't fly either.
Didn't come through?
No, it says now create your public Google Plus profile.
Weird. Okay, let me try another way.
Go right to Google History and just cut it right from there. I mean,
Cancel it.
YouTube history. I think I left my tongue home tonight.
I'm sending it both to your personal and to targeted Massachusetts.
Okay.
All right.
What's Tavon's last
Check
name?
Check again. Tavon Rivers. Look up powerful testimony. Tavon, Tivon, Rivers, like water, Rivers. Surviving electronic harassment, V2K.
Oh, you're sending it from Plus Google.
Google
What did
Plus.
you say right before testimony? Something
Yeah,
testimony?
powerful testimony, surviving electronic harassment, V2K,
Partial?
gang stalking from ex-military engineer.
Partial testimony?
Be right back.
Powerful testimony.
Can you spell that? Because I can't figure out what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Powerful, POWERFUL, testimony.
Powerful. Okay. Powerful testimony. Okay. I got you. Thank you.
Surviving electronic harassment, V2K, gang stalking from ex-military engineer. The last one was 2017. I haven't seen any after that, but I think he has other posts. And he does offer solutions that they send stuff out from Morocco, where he lives now, with his girlfriend that he met in the UK, American woman that was a civilian. Oh, here it shows a map. No touch, microwave torture by electronic harassment, new socio, no problem. Matthew Aaron. Okay, yeah, I know him. I mean, I don't know him, but I've heard him. He's got some good testimony. Michael Barden too, in Arizona.
So how far did you get into the interview before you lost it?
I got cut off. The phone just hung up. So I can play it again because I don't know where the phone dropped off. If you like.
Could
yes.
you please play it again?
Frank, is that okay? The subscriber is Real Speaks.
Right. I found it.
Okay.
I just didn't know where we left off at.
Yeah, I played it
My name is Tavon Rivers.
almost all the way
I'm a
through.
targeted individual. and an electronic harassment and gang stalking survivor, and this is my testimony.
So let's start with your background. Tell us a little bit about how you grew up and the kind of work that you did, where you lived.
Well, my background, I'm from the Washington, Northern Virginia, North Carolina area. My family is originally from North Carolina. I was born and raised in a military family. My dad was a Navy submariner. He was also an electronics technician. And basically, the East Coast is where I was born and raised. I spent some time in the university. Eventually ended up going into the Navy as a cryptologic technician, which involves electronics training and the sort of thing needed to repair most electromechanical items. So I had a career in the Navy, 6 years in the Navy. Enjoyed those 6 years. And in the end, my last my last station was in RAF Minworth Hill in North Yorkshire in England. And it was there that I married my ex, and we both decided to leave the defense community in 2006. And I lived there in the UK for about 12 years. I was originally stationed there in 2004.
Before we go into the UK and what happened there, I just wanted to know if you can give a little bit about the type of work that you were doing while you were in the Navy, as much as you can, as much as you can say, because there's things you're not supposed to talk about, and we'll respect that. But the type of work you were doing and the types of agencies that were around you, so that you, just to give people an idea that you were part of these circles in some way.
Yes. So this is as a reference. I was a cryptologic technician, and I performed network installation and repair of equipment for installations. So we flew around and repaired equipment. And the things we talk about with regard to electronic harassment later in the interview has nothing to do with anything that I worked on. That although I did have a top secret clearance and I was read into certain programs, they have in no way have anything to do with the things I've experienced since I left the Navy over 12 years ago.
Hello?
So, and if anyone who's familiar with that kind of community knows that top secret clearances are given out like candy, and doesn't mean that you know anything about any of the programs that are going on parallel to what you're working on. So while in the
Frank,
Navy,
do you want me to keep playing?
that was pretty much my duty. I
Anyone?
repaired electromechanical equipment, network equipment primarily, and I flew around, and that was primarily my job.
Okay.
So you were installing all of the equipment for other different projects all over the place to make sure that the communication systems were set up. That's part of the equipment installation and all of that. And also just wanted to mention that in the military there is compartmentalization.
Yes.
So there are many different levels in the military, and most of them are on a need-to-know basis. So I think that giving out top secret clearance like candy is a good way of putting it, because that doesn't mean that you really know anything. You're just doing your job, and you're doing the best that you can do, and you don't know about things that are going on in levels above you.
Or beside you. I worked next to contractors.
Okay.
Contractors you work with on some of these projects. But to answer your question with regard to some of the agencies that were using the equipment that we're installing, it did include intelligence agencies as well.
Okay. And so I just wanted to ask about between, being an American and then deciding to move and relocate to the UK. Could you just tell us some of your reasons behind wanting to leave America back then?
At the time, I enjoyed my time in the Navy personally as a personal career. Especially the friends and the things I learned there. But I had a problem with the direction of politics as far as the war footing. And so I made a conscious decision to leave the military after my 6 years. But I also enjoyed seeing the rest of the world. And at the time, the rest of the world for me was England. I enjoyed the UK. And I thought that what I would try to do is do something away from the military world, the defense world, and go into something more open and free, like art. So I wanted to try to open up a contracting business where I did websites and graphic design, oil painting, doing commissions for things like that. It was also the time when I met my ex, who was also in the defense community, where we both decided, she was British, decided to leave the military world and just go out in the private.
What? Holy crap.
It's a booming industry. It's one of the fastest growing sectors of our economy. As
Messing with. They did something to it. Okay. I'll go back into my mail. I knew they were going to mess with that. So let me replay it. Here's another one he has. Angel.
You can play it directly on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I did on YouTube. Forbidden Tech. Here's another one he has. Forbidden Tech targeted individuals, free energy, and fallen angels. This was May 22nd, 2017. That was another one. I think I sent to you. I don't know if you got it, Frank. Tony, Tavon Rivers, and Naoma Morris. That's the one interviewing the girl, the woman that he met. He's with now in Morocco. You want me to go back to the other one, or you want me to play this other new one? Frank?
That's sort of up to everybody else, I guess.
I'd like to hear the end of that interview before we move to another one.
The other one? Okay. All right, let me locate that.
You are going to hang.
Let's see. The second one.
So he's a targeted individual like we are, right?
Oh yeah, he has been ever since he got out of the Navy. Yeah, I was targeted in as well as I was out of the military. I just didn't know it because in the late '80s, I had no way to know, nobody to compare notes with. I don't know if I can find that now. Let's see. Okay, I think it's this one. Yep, this one. Big one. Okay, I'll try to fast forward it a little bit.
I have it on my iPad. You want me to play it?
Sure.
Oil painting, doing commissions for things like that. It was also the time when.
It's starting at 41 minutes. I think we listened to it for about that long. I'm
okay.
Not sure, but...
Okay, that sounds good.
That'll be great.
They don't hack me.
Looks like Ella Free had a private investigator on Roger Tulse on targeted individuals.
Must have been Thursday night.
It doesn't, I don't see the date on it. I haven't listened to her calls in like forever. And then She had one about targeted former police officer, shares inside information. EMP, EMF, EMR, target individual symptoms by HA technology. I noticed, I did some digging, and I noticed Scientology is deeply involved in this too. Because guess what? The Scientologists have their own private Navy with Navy uniforms, Navy ribbons and medals and ranks. What do they call them? Yeah, in Florida and California. Submariners, I think they call it paramilitary or something like that.
Okay, roll tape.
I'm trying. It's doing that, that sign that shows you wait.
Oh, okay.
Clock. Richard Lighthouse. Yeah, I think Richard Lighthouse was mentioned, or he was on the call on that Michael Large's case on Friday.
I'm eating the last ice cream.
I think I'm being hacked.
At times is understandable, and they don't know you very much. Someone flash a badge.
Okay.
So, let's begin.
Caller 92, High C, can you send me the link? Can someone send the link?
Did you get the link I sent you on that?
No, it didn't work. It took me to Google Plus.
That's the only way I can send it to you that I know.
Well, you can go to YouTube in your history. It should be the last one there.
Honestly, I don't even know. I don't even remember how to do that. I'm so burnt out right now. It was a rough day.
Testimony, do they?
Amy, can you roll the rest of it?
Sure. Okay, you want me to go to the middle?
Oh, go to wherever you...
What would be considered a
Okay, here, I'll go to the
society
middle.
has been eroded away. So this black record exists, and the way it works
Wait,
is
hold on. I think
people in these
we didn't get to
probably have no more than a high school.
we didn't get to this part yet, so I'll roll it back a little bit.
I'm an American, and although the accents from the signals are British in nature,
That's interesting.
right? Still, the people who are sending those signals can be in another country that is in no way associated with England. But I think, especially if you're targeted, you need to think along those lines, that a lot of these signals are meant to induce response, to make you think it's someone within the relationship that you had. Because before you could even get in this program, I think I was put under surveillance ever since I left the military and I stayed in Britain. So I think at some degree, MI5, MI6 are involved with putting me on someone's blacklist. However, the person who's doing this, or the group, or the team that's doing the actual harassment could be in another country for all I know. I think this is very important. People must not, or targets must not fall into the trap of it's your neighbor who's doing this. It may or may not be. And indeed, the system, if you listen to the reports and the testimonies of people like Karen Stewart, who is an ex-NSA employee, who also has been put on this program. She's concluded that a lot of these perpetrators or operators tend to be from the contractor community. And if you are ex-military and you work next to contractors, anyone who's in that community knows that contractors can be given top secret clearances and not have worked in the forces.
I want to talk about the timing of this, because you had mentioned that you were going through a separation from your ex-wife at the time.
Yes.
When this activity, we'll call it,
Yeah.
because there's more to it, there's gang stalking as well,
That's right.
began. So at that time, it was you were being separated. So that's a very difficult, vulnerable time for a person. And I wanted to kind of just highlight that a little bit, because there seems to be a pattern that this program begins targeting people
Yes.
during vulnerable moments in their life, when they're getting divorced,
Yes.
when there's a death in the family. What have you seen along those lines, and do you think that that's what was going on with you?
In 2014, when the harassment started in that apartment complex, which now I believe that complex for me, that apartment was rigged for harassment. And it probably is not the only one. I experienced actual on-the-ground surveillance by people and building contractors around the place I stayed at.
We're going to get into that when it comes to the gang stalking as well.
So I ended up leaving that place. But for me, I was going through a separation, but it was also a period of time when I had a relationship with someone for a brief period of time who were friends of ours at the time, and I was dating this person, and there are some strange occurrences around that whole relationship that for me I felt very uncomfortable with. And I think at some level that interaction also contributed to the targeting. It was what makes this thing complicated is it's as if once you're under surveillance, and it's for a period of years, any groups of people that you're interacting with, especially if it's local within an area, and they have their control grid there with intelligence agents and whatnot, a narrative is created about you. And these people go into your life, go into your friends, go to your neighbors, and start spreading crazy rumors about you, meant to destroy your credibility, your character. It's like, think of the Ten Commandments and everything that is negated. It's the bearing of the false witness, and on and on and on. So I feel that also contributed to this electronic targeting, but in general, I had that on top of the separation. And so when this happened, the electronic targeting, I tried to tell my spouse that I was separating from at the time, and she obviously concerned. The biggest response people get who are targeted, they get a response saying, we're concerned about you being overstressed, or maybe you need to see a psychiatrist, maybe you need to get
on medication.
Or seek counseling.
Yeah.
And at the time, I'm being electronically targeted in my apartment and by myself. So I packed my things and I went to this other place.
Well, before you go into that part, let's talk about gang stalking and that particular element, because it relates to being in that apartment complex.
Yeah.
So can you try your best to define what gang stalking is?
In brief, gang stalking, based on me trying to research this phenomenon, is basically COINTELPRO that was done in the 50s and 60s, but with this overlay of electronic surveillance.
So, and what would COINTELPRO be?
So COINTELPRO during the time in America was this operation against a movement. It was a general awakening that was happening during the civil rights movement. That was one form of awakening, civil rights, and other equal rights, and people were protesting, and there was a social reform that was organically occurring in the United States from the 1960s up to 1970s. Now, during that time, that was a problem for the establishment and the FBI. The FBI was basically heading this project to go into the movements and subvert them from the inside.
What kind of things would they do to subvert the movements?
So agents would go in, maybe being as members.
Pretending to be
members, really for the cause.
So they're like double agents,
So,
right?
Yeah. So this is espionage.
Yeah.
So I had to read on this, I had to research this, and they'd go in, so it's either going in as members or things like frame-ups. Leaders of some of these movements, civil rights movements, would like drugs or a bomb or something be planted in their home, their apartment, or in their car, and then they'd be labeled as some kind of terrorist or criminal. People have died over this during that time. But basically, the gang stalking we're talking about is espionage. We're talking about human intelligence done against the population, the local population. So, to just unpack that a little more, what you've seen and found, because we've been researching this together, actually, is that the people that are being employed, and I do mean employed, to do gang stalking activities against other citizens of the country, not all of them, but many of them are kind of like the dropouts of society. A lot of them are living on the dole, as they might say, people that are, living off of welfare checks, who don't have jobs. They don't go to a job, and there's more and more recruits because there's more and more people that are running out of work because there's no work anymore. So you have more people that are unemployed. Yes.
That they'll do anything just to make a little bit of money.
That's right.
And then you've got these like shadow government kind of organizations, many of which are related to things like Soros.
Yeah.
Right? Because I mean, who funds these things?
Yeah, who funds them?
Well, we just saw that Soros was funding a whole bunch of social disruption activities through all these different organizations. So what the people that are doing this are citizens that live in neighborhoods.
Yes.
That don't have jobs and that they stay home all day and somehow they're getting some kind of payment.
Yes.
We have some theories as to how that payment happens. We don't think that it's a lot of money, but when you're totally broke, something is better than nothing.
Yeah.
So they could be your neighbor living next door to you.
Yes.
They could be the kid sitting on the bike, the kid meaning a teenager, sitting on his bike on the corner, just staring at you all day.
Yeah.
There's stories of mail trucks coming, where these mail trucks would just drive down the street, and it would be like one mail truck after another, and they would do strange things around one particular targeted individual to make them feel like they were crazy.
Yeah.
Like, why is it that every time I try to drive anywhere, I'm being obstructed by a mail truck all the time, day in and day out? So there's all kinds of weird tactics that we have seen and heard about in these gang stalking programs. So they're kind of like evil gaslighting community watch programs.
A lot of it is found in community watch.
Right? Community watch situations. So you don't feel like you're safe in your home, and they'll do things. So one thing that we've seen, you can talk about this, is when they walk outside of your house, people walk outside of your house, and they will shout things so that you can hear them.
Yes.
And in some cases, the things that they were shouting verbally, a person on the street was shouting it, was the same thing that you were hearing in your head with the V2K technology.
That's it.
So you see how it links up.
Yes.
Talk about those experiences. You had one with a trash can being kicked down the street.
Yes, that's it.
What happened there?
So the whole point of the Human Intelligence Campaign is to have people out on the street say something that only is in context to what the target individual is saying. So anyone else who is not part of the program, who's a neighbor, maybe 3 or 4 houses down, would hear someone shouting something. They're like, oh, it's just a crazy person outside. But the targeted person who's the neighbor next door, it means a lot to them because they know it's part of an operation. And this is the rub. This is where neighborhoods start to break down. So
what happened on the? You woke up.
Yeah. So I woke up like at 3 in the morning to someone crashing the trash can in the old apartment that I ended up leaving from, saying, Tavon, motherfucker, kicking the trash can down the road, like angry. Now I'm up on the 5th floor. There's no time to react. You can't do anything about that. Someone's downstairs who's a lunatic.
Screaming your name.
Screaming your name.
In the middle of the night and kicking a trash can to make sure that you wake up and hear that.
Yes. And this is a tactic because they know the response time. There's no way you can find the person by the time you decide to go down 5 flights of steps. Or you can't look out your window because your visibility is limited to what's below you because it's straight down.
Right.
So you can't react.
There was another. You moved into a different apartment.
Yes.
A different place after leaving there, and it happened again. Where and I've been to this particular apartment that you're talking about, so I know the area. I can describe it. It was lots of lawns, not a lot of neighbors.
Yes.
Right.
No, normally, yeah. It's not a lot of neighbors, and most of the neighbors are pensioners.
Right.
Yeah. Older people.
This was in England, so it was like not the kind of place that you would see a whole bunch of people walking around in public saying all kinds of stuff, and all of a sudden it was like practically deserted area. There wasn't anybody out on the sidewalk, and then so you heard somebody walk by and say something.
Well, yes, I mean it's a similar situation. You get a lot of activity. At the time, the job I was working at, I was allowed to work from home, so I could complete a lot of the calls from home and things like that. So I was at my home most of the time doing my work, and so you can see activity outside. You're like, this is unusual, and it's things that would seem kind of normal, but then again, it's not really normal. Like a fire truck out the front, 45 minutes, 3 days out of the week, no fire.
Yeah.
People out. Someone that was going to cut the lawn next door, talking to a neighbor about you on the property next door. I mean, you hear your name audibly, and you hear these things, and then you have that situation going on, but then you also have the V2K, which is happening, and this is where your perception of reality starts to become blurred with the technology that's being used in electronic torture. This is why it's very difficult unless you start filming and recording and having your own surveillance. You have to have basically a counterintelligence setup to start battling at least the human intelligence aspect of this.
Yeah.
Because there is a real on-the-ground sectioning of people in the community.
That's very well funded.
And it's done through Community Watch. And the biggest thing, you heard of the I'm just paraphrasing the common slogan about evil thrives when good men do nothing. In this operation, local law enforcement has to stand down. The local community, at least on the medical level, have to be convinced that electronic harassment does not exist. So if you start complaining and saying this is happening to me, you're written off as someone who needs counseling. And basically, all the rings of society have to go completely vertical, and no one has to do anything to address the problem that you're having.
Let's talk about how this gang stalking activity also goes into the workplace.
Yeah.
So it's not just the community and your neighbors, but there is, we've learned that there is let's call it a secret file that has your name on it.
Yes.
And you, as an individual, and that file contains all kinds of personal information about you.
Yes, that's right.
Data that's collected from everywhere.
That's right.
Right? Including all the social media stuff and people's opinions and whatever. It's a file that's created about you. But you don't ever get to see this file, and you don't even know that it exists.
Yes, that's right.
And inside that file, there's you were talking about scripts, and you can tell that they're reading from a script because you can hear the certain sentences repeated over and over again in the V2K technology.
Yeah.
But in this case, that file, interestingly, it gets passed around into corporations and areas of employment and business.
Yes.
And you have a very unique story that you can tell about how you were working at one company, and we'll leave the names of the companies out because it doesn't matter. They're all the same, right? Yeah. Big, fancy, well-funded, billion-dollar corporation working in IT, right? Yeah. You were in one company and you were interviewing for a position, or
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And then they started saying specific words and sentences to you in that interview, which were a little odd.
Yes.
And then you got another job. Fast forward a couple years later.
Yes.
And you're in a completely new job. You were sent to a new company.
Yes, that's right.
To be trained to do something different.
Yeah.
There was like a merge in the company, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you're sitting in front of this new board of directors of sorts, and they're like talking to you, and all of a sudden the same flipping sentences came out of their mouths. They were reading from the script from the interview that you were in a completely different company a couple of years prior, and you realized that it was part of the file. Just talk a little bit about that. What were they saying?
A good, well, an example of what's talked about here was also mentioned by Karen Stewart that I spoke earlier. She mentioned this in a recent forum that she's on regularly with other people like Dr. Catherine Horton. So if anyone wants to look that up on YouTube, I think it's called the Pinecone Utopia Forums. I was with Dr. Catherine Horton and Karen Stewart, and some other people are on there. But Karen mentioned how Karen has gone through a lot of the footwork of legally documenting the human intelligence aspect, and how in this particular area of Florida, how she went to the sheriffs with her evidence about the gang stalking on the ground harassment, and how there's basically a case file. And when she went to the sheriff, he actually went to the car, said, "Hold on 1 minute," went to the car, looked at a stack of folders, saw her name on it, and then didn't want to talk to her. So what's happened is, at least in the United States and in the UK, there is, I guess what you want to call it, a crazy folder.
Yeah.
A black record that no one who's the residents of any of these countries has access to. You try to do a FOIA request, you try to do a Freedom of Information Act, you get blocked. Or you'll get a response like, your file may be in review, but to access this file, pay $2,000. It's meant for it to be inaccessible, because if you're to see this file, you could file a lawsuit.
Right.
On so many levels. At the very least, it's discrimination. Again, myself, people like Karen, we're not charged with anything. We're not formally charged with anything. There have been
Claims? Yeah, there's claims.
No claims, not even a driving ticket.
Yeah, no criminal record at all.
There's no criminal record. But yet you've got this surveillance society where every peg of what would be considered a society has been eroded away. So this black record exists. And the way it works is people in the community, some of which probably have no more than a high school education, but they're working for intelligence, or they're working on community watch, and they're paid, perhaps paid by
Are you still there?
in security services. Yes. Start spreading rumors
Okay.
about you.
You want me to keep going?
Keep going.
Yeah.
The thing here is that those very same agencies or contractors have access to your records. If they hack into your internet router, if they hack into your email inbox, if they hack into your Skype, they would have recorded all your conversations. You know, who you visited on your adult dating site, everything. So what happens is they formulate things that only you would know about because this is your private information. But then they extrapolate a black record about you. And they go and, I don't know, tell the neighbors anything. But a lot of it is just lies. But it could be anything. And you never know what it is. So, so that's the black record. That's the whole point, is to erode your relationship with the community. And if you stand out in the community, and if the neighbors, especially if the neighbors are, and we have to really face this as a group of people. If the neighbors are can be influenced by money, which within these tight times is understandable, and they don't know you very much, someone could just flash a badge, say something about you, and to be honest, most people will believe that person flashing the badge. And again, this is meant to not keep you informed that anything that has happened. It's meant to create a situation of mistrust.
Well, I can certainly attest to seeing stuff like that. I'm sure a lot of people, especially in today's job market, if you are an ambitious person that's highly qualified, you've got college degrees and years of experience, and you're a good employee and letters of recommendation and all of that, and you're trying to apply for a job after job after job that you are well qualified for, and you interview really well, and you keep getting these strange rejections.
Yes.
And you're starting to think that maybe you're crazy.
Yes, that's right.
It's possible that there is a crazy file.
It's a crazy file, literally.
On you, and as soon as you go in for the interview, the employer receives a copy of that file that says, don't hire this person because they're on a special blacklist and they don't even know it.
That's right.
Personally, I actually feel that that is possible for me as well, because I went through a very intense situation like that, which I won't go into now, but I'm sure a lot of people who are trying to find work and who are getting lots of rejection letters from companies that they're really well qualified for, I don't necessarily think that it's just because the job market is so bad. I think that there's a little more to it.
Yes.
So that was actually one of the deciding moments for you when you went to that. You were at a company,
yes,
and the company merged, and you had to go to a new employer as part of the company, and you were going to get trained to do a new position.
Yes. Okay.
And you had that experience where you realized that they were reading from the crazy file.
Right.
And that was your deciding moment. And we're actually getting to the end of the hour here, so we're just going to take a little bit of a break.
Okay.
And when we come back, we're going to talk about your bug out.
Yes.
Okay? Because you fled the gang stalking.
Yeah.
And you escaped it. And we're going to talk about what that was like and all of the different things that you've done to try to combat this and to become a survivor.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're back to our second part of your testimony and the interview that we're doing. And we're going to talk about your bug out, which is what we call it. But essentially, the harassment in all forms got so bad in your life that you had to very quickly and rather unexpectedly leave the country you were living in and basically flee for your life.
Yes. Yeah.
You were not planning on it.
No.
You were planning on staying where you were and trying to work things out. So let's start with the sequence of events as they happened, where you were working at a company, the company merged,
yes,
and you thought you were going to stick around in the UK for at least another year.
Yeah.
What happened after that?
Well, I have to provide a bit of background to what happened in end of 2008 to 2010.
Okay.
Before the company that I was employed at, I was working at this previous company. It was another IT company. It was out of Abingdon, Oxfordshire. And when I worked at that company, I experienced something similar in the office place that was not only gaslighting, but electronic type of harassment, and I couldn't make sense of it at the time. I raised a formal complaint with the supervisor. There's some other issues going on where I was being moved between two different departments.
Can you just explain what gaslighting is in case someone doesn't know?
Okay, well, gaslighting, it's based on a movie, an old black and white movie. But basically, gaslighting is the act of a person performing doing some actions against another person. And then when that victim, the other person, realizes that's what's happening, the first person will say, "No, that's not it. That's not it. It's in your head.
You're crazy.
You're crazy. You're making it up. That's not what happened."
I didn't actually do that. I didn't say that. Right.
Yeah. So the gaslighting is based on a movie where it's a couple and it's an abusive husband that's doing this to a wife, and she ends up going crazy over it. But he's like moving pictures around and all kinds of stuff,
right,
and making her feel like she's crazy. So anyway, this tactic I find later is commonly used to get rid of people in certain organizations, and it was happening to me at this particular IT company by 2010. And by that time, I had enough of it and I left. But it was pretty disruptive for me because there was some level of directed energy, electronic harassment stuff happening in the office place where I was sitting at. And there were some other strange events that were happening in that company, around the company. People, fellow employees I was working with complained of when they were walking on the path within that business park, they saw some surveillance cameras, and it turned out that area, there was a company that was testing surveillance equipment. It wasn't telling anyone. So that area, the reason why I bring the area up is because we did a previous show in 2014, which is basically, this is a relaunch of that show. But one of the comments, one of the YouTubers, who also was a foreigner living in the UK, commented on our video that we had to pull for different reasons.
And we'll talk about that in a second. But
yeah, but they mentioned how this is without, they mentioned that they were part of a couple that were living in Abingdon, and her husband worked there, and she was being electronically harassed. So there's a parallel there. That was my first occurrence that I remember of electronic-based harassment, but that was within the workplace. It didn't follow me to my home. And this is why I was able to conclude that this program for me was much longer than what happened in 2014, that this was an ongoing program, and it seems as though people may or may not be on this surveillance grid, not knowing unwittingly on it, but when they do certain actions, it flags, and once it flags, then it can be escalated to something else. So that's why some people who claim to be targeted individuals are maybe experiencing gang stalking or on-the-ground type harassment. Other people, however, they actually experience full-blown electronic harassment. It seems like it depends on different situations. So my first occurrence of that was in 2010, and the reason why that pertains to what happened in 2014 to me is that, so here, fast forward, I'm in this other company. The company has a merger, and I'm sent to train one of the companies that's been recently acquired. So I'm going through a week's training, speaking to the representative of this other company. And during that time, between the break periods, the V2K started, which sounded like it was in the room. But the conversation of it, dealing with my military background, how I'm mentally unstable and so forth, all of that, was the exact same conversation that was taking place in that gaslighting incident I had experienced back in the end of 2009, 2010. So it was like this script, after all those years, resurfaced with this new organization that was recently acquired by this other IT firm. And what's interesting is that both these companies were British. The company that was doing the acquiring was an American company that was based in England. And in that company, I hadn't experienced electronic harassment. So, yeah, that's what happened. When that happened to me, and I realized that the company was being structured, and in that department I was in, people were being asked to basically move to other departments or be made redundant. At the same time, at the new place I had moved to, I started experiencing insomnia, electronic pulses, which is called electroshock, where I couldn't sleep at night. I think the area I was in, I was being hit heavy with electromagnetic radiation. It was very painful. Parts of my body where I was getting shocks, like around my heart muscle, around the back of my neck, so I couldn't sleep.
This was in Oxfordshire?
This was in Oxfordshire.
Because you were living in Oxfordshire at this time.
Yeah, so this is the place I had moved to from Cirencester, where I experienced the initial electronic harassment. I felt ill constantly, as if I was I felt almost like lethargic. So normally, if you're exercising and you're doing all these things, you recover and you feel better. The next day, you feel refreshed. I wasn't feeling that. I was actually feeling weaker and more ill. And I tried everything. I tried changing my diet. I tried lightening up on the amount of working out. It was almost as if the more I worked out, the sicker I was getting, the more lethargic I was getting, on top of the electronic harassment. And I think electronic harassment wears down the body's immune system. And over time, I really felt like my life was in danger. And when I took the sum total, this was when I contacted you. I contacted family members at home. And we started praying. Got deep in prayer.
Well, let me add a little bit to this part of the story for people who are listening. So, Tavon and I are dating. We're partners. And we had just started dating around this time. We met at a build for a free energy device that my family was working on, which is a very highly sensitive topic. So I feel that I was targeted as well because of the work that I was involved in. Tavon is an engineer, so he was interested in the device, and he came to a live build in the UK, and that's where we met in person. But we had known about each other online before that. And we had started dating shortly after that, and he came to visit me in Morocco because I had just moved to Morocco, and I said, why don't you come out and spend, a little vacation in Morocco? And at the time, I had no idea that he was experiencing these things. So he came to visit me. We had a house on the beach, and he was, getting some nice sunshine and fresh sea water, and just to have a little bit of a vacation or holiday, because it was around October. Yeah. So it was rainy and gloomy in England at that time. So he was like, yeah, sure. So he came out, we spent some time together, and then he went back to England, and we had started dating at that point, like I said. So we were going to do a long distance relationship until we can figure out some way to be together. That was the plan in the beginning.
Yeah.
But because of this electronic harassment and gang stalking that Tavon was going through, he literally packed up his whole life in 4 days.
Yes, 4 days.
And left very quickly. So this is what happened from my perspective, right? I was trying to talk to him, and we would do Skype calls, and I sensed that there was something panicked in his voice, and I was trying to ask him, what's going on? Are you okay? And he basically was just like, I don't know if I can really talk about it, because he felt like that the line was tapped and that he was being monitored. And we did find out later that that was indeed true, because we actually saw the actual hijacking of his Skype account, because somebody had hijacked his Skype account, and it was working on its own when he had closed down the account. It was really strange. So we found out later that that was true. And I said, can you give me any kind of a clue? And I said, and I'll go look it up. And I think this is an important part of the story for a lot of targeted individuals, because most people that are going through this feel like they're crazy, and they try telling people close to them, and they're told by the people that they love, oh, well, maybe you're crazy. You need to go see a shrink. Go get on some kind of medication. I don't know what's wrong with you. You're schizophrenic. They're just, I don't believe you, is the basic scenario that a lot of victims get. Nobody believes them. But I'm not that kind of person. I'm a little out of the box, I guess, right? So I said, I want to know what it is. Tell me what it is, and I'll do my homework, and I'll go look it up. so that he didn't have to feel like he had to explain it to me on a tapped line, right? So he said, just look up the words gang stalking and V2K. And I said, okay. So we hung up, and I went and I looked it up, and I found all kinds of stuff to get an understanding as to what was going on. And I started to understand what he might be going through. And then he told me that his training at his job, something happened. He went to the office like he was just describing. He went to this new training for his job, and all of a sudden they pulled out that script, and he realized that it was happening again, and something in him just switched, and he said, I know we had plans that I was going to live here, and I was going to save up money, and we were going to figure this out long term, but all of it changed, and he said, I have to get out of here right away. And I said, well, come to Morocco. You get here, just get here, and we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out together. And within 4 days, he packed up everything in his house, which was small. He had a storage unit.
Yeah.
He had to get all of his stuff sold off or given away or emptied out of the storage unit.
Give it away.
Right? Give it away. Gave it all away. You had to put in your time from your job and say, I quit.
Yeah.
You had to give back the computer for the job. You had to do all of that, and then book a plane ticket with whatever savings you had left.
Yeah.
To book a plane ticket to get on the first flight that you could to Morocco.
That's right.
And the last night before he left his apartment, what we actually went through is he was afraid for his life, and he thought that they were going to kill him. And I'm petrified that that was going to happen. So what I did was I said, I'll tell you what, let's stay on a Skype call together, and every half hour while you're packing your bags, check in with me. And I stayed up with him all night long, checking in with him every half hour to make sure that he was still there, that he was still okay, and helping, like saying, don't forget to pack your socks, like helping him with the logistics of packing his stuff so that he can get on a plane. So that is the beginning of his healing, I would say. Because as soon as you landed in Morocco, you left the grid of the gang stalking and the electronic harassment. So from here, I want to go forward and just ask you about your journey to healing. We'll start with the grid concept. Can you explain the grids of this technology?
Based on the testimony of other people who are targeted individuals, including those who are ex-intelligence, the grid system is a decentralized platform that includes satellite-based weapons system, and it's primarily a maser, similar to ground penetrating type technology. So depending on what level you are in the program or what list you're on, you can be harassed anywhere in the world. That's the whole purpose of it. So if you are in any of the more Western countries where this apparently has been implemented and is to a certain refined state, you can be, a lot of directed energy can be focused in one spot, and you can experience all kinds of electromagnetic torture. So you have this 21st century based technology, but then when it comes to trying to find any kind of legal avenue to combating this, everything seems to be based in the 19th century. So it's like the medical profession doesn't talk about this. Psychologists will dismiss this. Because this is, all of a sudden, microwave energy doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many patents you pull,
and show
how many military documents claim this technology is not only exists but is in use. How many testimonies there are of people, which seem to be rising exponentially on the internet, especially from 2014 when I looked. There's hardly anything on YouTube, but now all kinds of people claim to be targeted individuals. So I think there's a COINTEL aspect that's currently underway here. The point is there's a lot of people who claim that this is happening to, and all of this is dismissed. So I think this is going to come to a head. But needless to say, If it's not Western countries that are using this platform, from, again, like what Karen Stewart would say, it also looks like certain developing countries, like total dictatorships, also have this technology. How is that possible? If it's not Western countries that people are claiming to be basically being held hostage at this virtual fascist system, you have people in total dictatorships or countries like even like in India, the Philippines, or certain parts of Africa, where people claim to be victims of V2K. But otherwise, they don't have, there's a lot of modern infrastructure they don't have, but they have that. So this system has been given and is decentralized, and it seems to be given to a criminal underclass. But what I will say for my own personal healing, a lot of the human gang stalking aspect is gone. They have to do other things to try that kind of thing here.
And that's because, like the community watch stuff, right?
Yes.
So it's not like people outside your house doing weird things because you're in a foreign country.
That's right.
English is not the main language here.
Yeah.
There are tourists here, and there have been a couple of incidences
Yes.
where you looked and said, who's that person and
Yes.
what are they doing?
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's a completely different climate. So the only way that they can get to you is via like satellite.
Electronic means.
And so before we go into that, I want to just expound a little bit about your background and knowledge when it comes to technology. And I think this is probably what makes you, they picked the wrong guy, right? Because if this happens to other people who don't understand the way basic technology works, or the way frequencies work, radio waves, and all of that, then this would be really hard for someone to figure out. And the goal of this program is to make someone get on drugs or commit suicide.
Yes.
It's basically a really horrific population control program.
Yes.
So when it comes to somebody like you, so you've got your training, as we said earlier, in the Navy as a technician, but you've spent 16 years at least of your life as an engineer doing clean energy research. So this involves things around Nikola Tesla's technology, radio waves, transmissions, frequencies, sound, vibration, radiant energy, electricity, all these different types of technology. And you actually build devices and do experiments for using technology. Experiments where you're building machines that generate energy and electricity. You build contraptions and machines that send small pulses through the body in order to heal the body from bacteria and things like that. And you've gotten into orgonite as well, because you understand the technology and the science about how these things work. So for somebody like you who is being targeted by electronic weapons, you have a different take on it because you understand the effect of these weapons because you've been trained in some of this stuff. So taking it from there, let's talk about some of your experimenting. Okay, on your road to healing. Because the first thing you had to do was get rid of the physical environment. Which was to get out of the grid of the UK and move to a foreign country where the grid was less dense. Right? We'll just call it that. It pretty much got rid of that aspect, so it was a little bit better. And there was a bit of a break from the signals. So it was like they took them a while to find you again, because it was just like a GPS. Think about a GPS, and like you bleep off the map for about a month, and then it takes them a while to find your signal again. And so then they found you again, and then they started using the V2K and the signals again, because we were living at that time in a very highly populated city area with lots and lots and lots of cell phone towers that could easily be used as transmitters to pick up these waves from the UK.
That's right,
Because you said that you were hearing voices from the voice-to-skull technology while you were in Morocco, and this is actually, I hate to say it, but this is actually a little funny, because, and at this point, Savannah and I are together, And he would tell me about this, and because I believe him and I've been on this journey with him, I would say, well, what are they saying now? And so they had British accents, did they not?
Yeah. Same operators, yeah.
Same operators, so they had the same accent, so you knew that it was coming from the same base in the UK.
Or some group somewhere, yeah.
Some group somewhere with a British accent, beaming over to you. And they were saying, what were the things they were saying now?
Well, a lot of it is scripted, but frustration, just general.
They were frustrated.
Yeah, just frustration.
They were frustrated with you.
Having to leave the country. What's important is that, especially if you are a VGK victim or someone who's being electronically targeted, you want to remove yourself from a place that is dense in electromagnetic radiation. I mean, if they're hitting you heavy, there's certain parts of the world that are inundated with radiation coming from cell towers, wind towers, any kind of powerful transmitter. But to be honest, I mean, you can be at one of the most remote spots on the planet and still be hit with the signal. And I believe what's happening is there's a decentralized network that is flooding the whole planet with these frequencies. And your frequency is but a set of a larger set of frequencies that's flooding the planet. And your body is like a radio receiver. Now, the way radios work, like the old crystal radios, is a signal comes out from a transmitter, a radio station tower. It doesn't need to know where the receiver is located. The receiver just needs to be able to receive the signal. So the point is your body is like that. If you're anywhere where the signal is being transmitted, you're going to receive the signal. So in that respect, they don't necessarily, the operators of this technology, don't need to know exactly where you are. If they know you are in a general area, they just need to flood the whole space with these frequencies with the guarantee that you will receive it, because all our bodies are different, and they have your set of frequencies, and when you're hit with it, they know that you're going to receive the signal. Now, from that point forward, the technology is a lot like the way radar works. Basically, your body's turned into a dirty circuit, and they're relying on that to be able to do what they do to you. But yeah, general frustration is if you leave an area that is their control grid and you go somewhere else, they have to increase the power levels. That there's other systems of that they have to put in place to change the program so that they can continue to harass you. Because once you're on this network, the whole point is to destroy you, and to murder you, to kill you.
Right. So when you left, you basically tripled their budget requirements to pursue you.
Anyone who's in this program, you need to make it as expensive as possible for these people.
Right.
Which, again, it's convenient to have a QE to infinity situation if you could just print money. I think there's an aspect of this that plays into the depopulation agenda that probably needs to be looked at by other academic researchers. But I think that this program is so expensive. The budget for this has to be enormous, and that it requires both government and private billion-dollar foundations, companies, agencies to implement. It has to be massive, but it is decentralized, which is why when people are asked who you think is responsible for this, you're looking at every intelligence agency that is tied to a multi-billion-dollar military complex, which includes military contractors, government officials, and on the ground, you're talking about people from the judges on down who are told to look the other way and to take payment for it. So what you're looking at is a grassroots fascist system.
Oh, wow.
That's taking over several countries at the same time. And if you want to talk about something that is ubiquitous, that tracks everybody, that's how you have a complete tracking system. It's not going to be a bunch of police officers barging into your house and putting a barcode on the back of your neck. It's going to be something that's already on you or in you that you don't know about, and you're already uplinked to a network, and you don't know. And so that's how you're tracked. So you can have a big brother system in place. The thing is that who wants to go through the final rollout of making it legal? And I think that's where this system is at right now. It's just trying to remove people who have been deemed undesirable and trying to do it in a way so that all the legs of of the legal justice system is removed.
You know, it's funny because, well, it's not funny actually. I had a dear friend who had a respect for their privacy. I won't mention who they were, but I had a dear friend who actually recently passed away. And she passed away under very suspicious circumstances. She was very healthy, and all of a sudden she just suddenly got cancer and died within like a few weeks. And the last time I spoke to her, because she was interested in our little company that we've put together called Fix the World, and she said to me, if you really want to fix the world, make them turn off the machines. And I didn't know what she meant by that at the time, but she was highly versed in what we're talking about now, because I didn't understand what machines, you know, but you mean like the industrial machines? No, the gang stalking, electronic harassment, frequency emitting machines. And there are testimonies of people just suddenly getting cancer because they can actually generate a frequency and beam it into your body and give you cancer. And there's a huge testimony by Barry Trower.
Barry Trower, yes.
Who is an ex-Royal Navy MI5 agent.
Yes.
Who is an expert on microwave technology, who talks all about.
Everybody needs to hear that testimony.
Yeah, you need to hear that testimony. So we'll put that link as below as well. Let's just move forward again with your healing journey.
Okay.
And the reason why I want to have you break this out, is that the battle that you had to fight and are still fighting against this kind of weaponry and harassment and, you know, being a target. It's both physical and spiritual.
Yes.
So first, let's cover all the physical things, scientific things.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll touch upon the spiritual elements of this battle, because at its root, it is demonic, and it comes from the satanic Luciferian worshiping elite, and we know this. But first, let's go through physical things. So you just described how you got out of the grid.
Yes.
So that physically removed you from the grid and made it more difficult. So that got rid of some of the targeting, but you still had voices, and they were frustrated. You could hear the frustration in their voices. But so now the next thing is that you can't change any more external factors. You already moved out of the country. So now what you have to do is you can just try to focus on your body and changing things in your body and in your house to try to create defensive shields against these radio waves that are coming through. So you went through a series of things and have been experimenting for at least 2 years. You've got a lot of success with certain things. Where would you like to start with these different
I think I'll first start with the orgonite.
Okay.
And as a technician, when I first heard about orgonite, I was skeptical. I dismissed it. It wasn't until we were in Morocco in the first place, that was surrounded by cell phone towers, and I was, very sensitive to the electromagnetic environment there. I was given a piece of orgonite material, which is basically aluminum, in this case, aluminum particles and epoxy resin, which has not only shielding properties, but also is able to change the nature of the electromagnetic fields that are hitting an area. We're talking about a room. So this was given to me by a friend, and I had problems sleeping in a particular room at the time. Within the first evening of having that in my room, I was able to sleep peacefully. And then now I was very skeptical, because I'm like, well, how is this piece of hunk of material going to help my situation?
Right.
But it did. And I continued to sleep with it, and I was able to continually get sleep better over time. And it got me interested in researching this technology, learned about what orgone energy was, as defined by Dr. Wilhelm Reich, who's long deceased, and that was called today as a scalar energy-based technology.
Can you kind of paraphrase what it is?
Basically, it's any kind of technology that is able to take random fields that are in the environment that inherently is harmful to the body and reorganize these fields into something that is more compatible with all life forms. Now, the scalar technology tends to have certain properties like emit negative ions. It's just what it does. That's one of the properties.
So these organized devices.
Yeah.
They when you take the components, like what are the components of an organized device? It's different metals.
It's
right?
different metals. When Reich was creating these structures, they tend to be steel or something with some kind of magnetic property to
Right.
them.
And then some quartz. Also.
Steel. It could be steel, quartz, also a organic compound with carbon in it. So if it's not sheets of plastic, resin. In the current embodiment, it's metal flakes and resins. And these metal flakes can be all kinds of metals, including steel, aluminum, brass.
Right.
With quartz powder.
And so when you put these all together and then you put them in a resin,
yeah.
The act of that resin hardening, what that does is it creates this compacted energy around those particular materials.
Yes.
And when that happens, especially in the quartz,
yes.
It creates a piezoelectric
yes.
or piezoelectric effect within the quartz,
yes.
Which then, with all those materials, emits negative ions.
Right.
Is one thing that it does, which are really good for you, and they help to change the energy in the environment to make it more healthy for human beings and health.
That's right. And this technology is measurable. It's been replicated many times. It's independent of what anyone believes. It just works. But what's happened is, you have other people in like the New Age community and so forth sees this kind of thing. Those have been defined, like 50, 60 years in advance, mm-hmm. and put, a bit of mystique around it. But the point is, this is real solid technology that can be used to, what it does is restructure the fields in an environment so that if they are affecting you negatively, they don't affect.
Uh-oh. You there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, hold on. It's stuck.
A bit of mystique around it. But the point is, this is real solid technology that can be used to, what it does is restructure the fields in an environment so that if they are affecting you negatively, they don't affect you in that way.
Actually, we just heard recently from a friend that a compound such as orgonite
yes.
is being used in some naval
yeah.
equipment. So the military recognizes the scientific importance of materials like this.
Yes.
And what you've done over the last couple of years is perfect your own formula
yes.
Of making orgonite, quartz, shungite, brass, iron oxide, and steel, all encased in an epoxy resin.
Yeah.
And you created molds to make them in pretty designs. You have a flower of life design right now.
Yeah.
And you created pendants that people can wear,
yes.
And plates, small plates that you can use for different things. And what you've been finding is that when you put water
yes.
Around orgonite, like you put a glass of water on top of the orgonite, the orgonite changes the pH
yeah.
of the water and makes it more alkaline.
Yes.
You have found that, well, for your physical symptoms, it helps. You sleep with orgonite around you, and it helps to.
At the time, the biggest problem I was having was this insomnia and very terrible nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
This weapon system, the thing about this electronic harassment system is very far advanced to the point of planting dark nightmares. And there are some other people that you're going to start hearing more of this, of people talking about nightmares being planted that aren't from their mind or from their conscious, and they're simply planted. So if you're not suffering from the extreme nightmares, you're kept awake through the electronic targeting. What orgonite does is it allows you to sleep. It allows you to sleep. So, and it's very easy to construct. If you just YouTube orgonite and look at the old videos that are up there and make your own, it's simply get a 2-part epoxy resin, which is available almost everywhere. Have access to some metal filings, very cheap to acquire, and make your own. Follow the instructions and just replicate the work. Start there, especially if you're targeted. There really is no excuse. You need to get your hands on this stuff and feel the difference. So that's where I started from, and because of those results, I started to improve on the design and have my own special blend I use. But the point is, I use powders, and I'm just amazed with the results, and you know, I'm making it, sharing it. So it allows it. Making the Organite allows me to sleep, and I've been researching this for the past 2 years. And now I've moved on to not only using it to shield the home, but also combining it with other things for even better ways of blocking EMF, specifically microwave radiation.
And you actually, when you said sharing it, you started sharing it with family and friends, and then there was such a demand for it because your designs are really sleek and beautiful. So we actually started selling it through a business venture called Vibration.
Yes.
So we'll put a link to that, of course, below so that if people want to get their hands on some of this Organite as well from Savon. It's really great stuff. But not just your physical body, it actually has been changing the environment in the house.
Yes.
And just as a side note, it changes the atmosphere in the clouds above the house. So can you just give a little bit of a testimony about all this Organite we've got on our roof? And you can actually see that it clears up things like chemtrails around the house.
Yeah, so there's some experiments to try once you start making this compound. We can call it Organite, but it's a composite you're making.
Mm-hmm.
And this composite is able to restructure fields in the environment. So if the environment's being flooded by electromagnetic radiation, and then you have a region of Organite that you've created that restructures it, what you're changing, in essence, is you're creating a localized field of energy that has a noticeable impact on the environment. How do you measure that? One of the tests you can do is something called the ice test. One of the things I make is called a charge plate. It's basically a plate made of this Organite resin. And I take a glass of water, distilled water, in my particular test, and I put it in the freezer. And you literally have this glass of water sitting on the plate, and you have it in the freezer, and you wait for the water to freeze in this glass. When you take out this frozen glass of ice water, what you'll see is a tornado pattern form inside. It's really amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the ice, with some looks like bubble patterns converging towards the middle.
So it actually creates a visual representation of
Yes.
what the field looks like coming from the Organite.
Yes, this is a slowly spiraling field with a lot of power behind it to change the molecular bonds of anything in that area. In this case, it's the hydrogen bonds within water as it freezes. But what happens is it does the same thing in the atmosphere. So, you know, we have pyramids of this Organite, and we have it sitting on our flat roof. And this is based on research from, there's this Russian scientist that I think it's in the 90s, where he created a giant plastic pyramid, a pure plastic, several stories tall. The University of Moscow gave him the grant to do this. And what they did is when they built that, they noticed that there's a huge ion column coming from the tip of the pyramid straight up into the atmosphere. It's like a soft ion column that's just formed just from making the pyramid. So
Wow.
The shape has something to do in that situation with what they were seeing. They also saw rare plants that were considered extinct in the environment start sprouting around the pyramid. So we're talking about a level of science that isn't easily discussed, but the same thing is with this Organite. We have these little resin Organite pyramids on our flat roof, and what we noticed is that when we put them there, we had this gray sky with some chemtrail activity open up into this blue open patch around it when we started making these pyramids. And I've been making them ever since, and sharing them with people, selling them to other people, and it's amazing. It really is an amazing technology. It also has electromagnetic shielding properties. So anyone who's targeted needs to start getting involved and learn what this technology is all about. You're going to feel the difference, especially if you've been targeted for a while.
Beautiful. Let's also go into some more of the physical aspects. We found tracking patents for root canals.
Yes.
Okay, so we found a series of patents that have been registered on Google Patents where they are putting tracking devices inside of people's root canals without even telling them.
Yes.
So you had one in your mouth from a dentist in the UK, and we actually had a device that was able to
RF detector.
It was an RF detector, and when you put it close to your mouth, it started going off. The device started registering a signal coming out of your tooth.
Yeah.
So you went to the dentist and said, I want you to pull this tooth. And what did she thought you were crazy.
Well, she asked me why.
This is in Morocco,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. She asked me why did I want to remove the root canal.
It's perfectly fine.
Perfectly fine. I said, oh, just remove it.
Get it out. As soon as you did that,
yeah, that felt better.
the signal decreased
Yeah, it did.
significantly.
Yeah.
So the other thing that you've been finding is this concept that your whole body is being turned into an antenna through the means of metal toxicity. By putting heavy metals in the environment, they're turning everybody into antennas. The heavy metals that are being sprayed in the chemtrails.
Yes, that's it.
We found smart dusts, which are little teeny weeny microchips that are the size of a fleck of dust.
Yes.
There's things like biofilm.
That's right.
All kinds of pollutants that are in the environment that are being sprayed on populations without their consent, obviously, and without their knowledge. And so we are breathing this, we're eating it, we're drinking it, and our bodies are being turned into toxic, heavy metal-laden antennas so that we can receive signals sent to us through these covert weapons.
Yeah, I guess before I talk more about that, when you read about the history of the voice-to-skull technology, at least the way it's been documented, where it came from, it all started from World War II, when the radar and radio operators, when they were fixing the radomes, the actual transmitters, and they were in the vicinity of these transmitters, the clicks, the microwaves that were within the vicinity of the radio operator, the technician who was fixing it, they were hearing clicks in their head. And they're complaining, saying, when I go up and work on this thing, I'm getting clicks in my head. And so then research, that's when the research started.
So talk a little bit about this heavy metal detox concept, because if you got all these heavy metals in your body, you want to, so you've been detoxing your body from heavy metals. What are some of the things that you've been doing for that?
Okay, so the reason why I had to go into a background about the V2K being clicks that were detectable by people in World War II is because if you think of the diet or what's going on in the environment then compared to now, you can make an argument that people weren't suffering from so much heavy metal toxicity. So there is a level of, no matter what, if this kind of radiation is being beamed at someone, even if they're healthy, they probably will detect a signal if they're on the network. But however, what happens when you throw in the smart dust, when you throw in, if you might have had an actual physical implant in you, or if you just had, if you're just toxic with heavy metals, especially aluminum, barium, and these heavy metals, you are more trackable. So instead of you being like a small dot on someone's radar screen, you're like a giant blip.
Well, aluminum and barium and strontium also, right?
And strontium, yeah, especially radioactive particles.
Those are found in chemtrails.
Found in chemtrails and also in the environment, but the chemtrails seem to really speed it up. And the whole point is to have almost like dozens of ways, hundreds of ways of being trackable. That's all in your body. But the things are that you want to detox yourself from these things. So a heavy metal detox is the start. Detox yourself from all these heavy metals. So you have to look up how to detox barium, how to detox aluminum, strontium, all these heavy metals from your body. And you want to make your body as clean as possible. What that does is that reduces your footprint your trackable footprint. And what it also does is it alleviate a lot of the symptoms that people are suffering from. A lot of these conditions that can be induced in the body from this radiation is because these metal particles are in your nervous system or on your skin or internally in your body, along with the other things. And is that these are points where the radiation can latch onto to induce inflammations, to induce triggering things like the heart muscle and these other things. So you want to remove these things from your body. And so that's what's important here. A detox regime, and to do it as a lifelong thing. It's not something you just get rid of after a couple months, you'll be okay. You have to look at this as this is your new lifestyle now.
Yeah.
To clean your body constantly, because we're being sprayed constantly.
And also the other stuff that's going on, like the food.
Exactly.
The GMO food, the fluoride in the water, all of these, major problems that many people are becoming more and more aware of. And, if you're listening to this and you're not a targeted individual and you don't feel like you've been targeted, these are really good practices anyway. The Nite is really good to have around your house just to clean the environment around your house, just so that you and your family are healthier and happier and sleep better.
And also, it's understandable, a lot of people listening to this program are probably going to think, well, this is just a bit too much. I don't really agree to any of this. I don't think it's real. But what's really important is that just have this in the back of your head, in the back of your mind, so that if you or a loved one or your cousin or nephew experiences these things, you have this information to fall back on, because this is affecting a lot of people now. Whole communities of people are coming together complaining of this problem, because this testing is not just done on an individual level. Some of these platforms are they're sending out signals to see if the entire community will react.
Oh, yeah.
You got areas where people are dying of like cancer clusters, and the people at the community are complaining that it's the cell tower. You got all kinds of stuff happening around the world right now that are looking to these technologies as being the root cause.
Also, Barry Trower, the XMI5 agent, microwave expert, he was talking about how they can send out a signal to a community of people. For example, there's one frequency that will make men increase the testosterone and become more violent.
Sexually aggressive.
So if there's like an increase in rape in an area, it might have been caused by a signal. And vice versa. They can target aspects of the body, and if you get targeted with one of these frequencies that creates sexual arousal, it exists. Barry Trower was actually talking about how that exists, and that is a real problem, because I've seen this in communities of people that are meeting together at, let's say, conferences, or they're doing tours on the road, and all of a sudden there's this increase in sexual desire and promiscuous behavior that might not necessarily be natural or normal in any way. Maybe there's an outside influence that is coming in and trying to influence people as sort of a social experiment to see what would happen if we threw a whole bunch of people together in a conference and then energized it with some kind of energy to make people react in a certain way.
Yes. Well, I'll just briefly touch on it, but that does bring into social aspects of what this technology is capable of if people in certain areas of the economy aren't aware of it. For example, betting, spread betting. If someone's betting on a horse or an Olympic race, and you have such technology, and you target a prize athlete that will probably win the 100-meter, you can have that athlete during mid-run pull a muscle. They lose the race, and the bets go to someone else. This is the type of thing you can do with such technology. This is why this is going to completely restructure society to those who are aware of it, and will have to, hedge their bets, maybe change their infrastructure, change their businesses. A lot of things are going to change to people who are aware and want to know about this technology, because it's going to it's in fact affecting businesses.
Well, I was just going to say, if you're talking about influencing betting as an example, what about influencing things like the stock market?
Yes,
and different industries. For example, I know that they have things for the weather, right? If a crop does well or if a crop fails, people make tons of money off of insurance on crops failing.
Yes.
So, controlling the weather is one reason why they're doing that, is to influence the stock market and to manipulate the money system.
Yes.
And economies that way. So, of course, they're probably using this technology to help rig the markets as well.
So I suspect this technology has been used so much that other agencies and governments and businesses around the world are aware of it. And they probably have their own version of the technology. And you probably have groups having countermeasures against the technology to the best of their ability. But, it really is hard to block scalar type radiation. But you can change the form of it. You can reorganize it. It's just, we're talking about a whole new market, a whole new science. It's just not taught, and the general population at the moment is held victim to it. To those who are willing to look at the information, at least they're going to have something as a hedge of protection by programs like ours on what to do to at least survive it.
Yeah. Now let's and by the way, we've written a book that puts a lot of this information in there, because you were saying before that maybe people would dismiss it, but we've done our best to put this information together in a book so that we can show the proof. We show things like blood tests that prove that the orgonite works a certain way on human health.
Yeah.
We show all the patents for the technology, testimonies from people in the field. I mean, as much proof and evidence as we could have come together with in the last couple of years, and we put it all in this book for people. And we'll put a link to that book down at the bottom as well. It's called Forbidden Tech, and there's all of this is in that book also. Let's round out this testimony and interview with the spiritual battle.
Okay.
Because we're talking about all the physical stuff, right? But a human being is not just a body.
No.
We have a mind and a heart and a spirit and a soul and emotions that come from that. So there's two sides to fighting against this if you are a targeted individual. And probably the first thing you've got to do is the spiritual battle.
Yes.
Because if you can do that first, it allows you to follow up with the physical things. So talk about how you handled this spiritually.
My spiritual journey, because I think beforehand, I was living in a lifestyle where I was distant from Christ. I am a follower of the way. I did consider myself to be a Christian, but fallen away from my faith, especially during the separation. Really tough time for me. But when I became targeted, and especially when I was leaving that situation out of the UK, I got deep into prayer, and from that point forward, started my new journey and becoming closer to my faith, which is in Jesus Christ, and I had to pray regularly. There's an aspect of this technology that people need to be aware of, and it isn't like to be discussed among people in the community who are trying to give their testimony, but I think it's very important to mention to people who are listening to this, is that there is a spiritual aspect to this.
Mm-hmm.
And the people on the other side of this platform are not just psychopathic. They really do believe they're gods. They really do they have a real hatred of humanity.
They have a religion.
It is a religion.
The people on the other
side. And it's not. Don't just assume it's any kind of atheism. No, they really do have the closest to we describe would be a satanic, a Luciferian type religion aspect to this. And it's not the first time that this has been picked up on. Others who were trying to disclose the remote viewing program described that as part of the training. The military have to go through what would be described as black magic manuals on black magic. As a way of attacking the target. So it's kind of taken in this distilled form, but it is, there is a aspect that deals with what would be defined as spiritual warfare. And the reason why this is very important is that if you're not grounded in a faith, a solid belief system, you'll be picked apart by this program, because this program attacks all levels of the human being, all levels. It's not just the mental, it's not just the physical, it's not just your daily life when a neighbor's trying to harass you. It is the spiritual aspect of you. So you need to have a solid spiritual foundation. For me, it's the strongest part. Without that, I wouldn't be here. I simply would not be here.
Because they want your soul.
Yes, that's the general pardon me. That's the general theme of it. They want your soul. They want to take away, peel apart the human being, and you become intimate of. You have a more intimate flavor of your mortality being in this program. That I choose not to live a life of torture as a tortured victim, but through my faith, through my strong faith, that I'm victorious, and I'm going to spread this information, and I'm going to see this program brought to an end.
Amen.
Because we can't call ourselves human beings and claim to want to be in a free society and give our loved ones. Some of us don't have children, but we have nieces and nephews and other younger people in our family line that we want to have at least as much freedoms as we enjoyed when we were children. I think we really need to start thinking about the next generation after us and what kind of legacy we're going to leave for them. If that's the case, then we're all going to have to fight. We're the generation that's going to have to fight this crap that the other generation failed to fight. And my faith has brought me to this point. And this needs to get out to as many people as possible. We need to have solutions for people when they get into this network. They have more solutions waiting for them than what I have, and what people who've been on this program 20 years have had. Yes, so
Hello? I can hardly hear the video. Hello?
I could ever be. Definitely more than not having that aspect in my life. So for that, actually, I'm actually kind of thankful that I've had that revelation.
Well, it's interesting because we don't consider ourselves to be religious people.
Yeah.
But in our faith, through Christ, there is teachings about how to fight spiritually against the powers of darkness and the principalities of darkness. So together we've been fighting this battle on a spiritual level through prayer.
Yes.
And through revelation and just being as close to our Creator as we can. And it's interesting too because there definitely are layers to this kind of warfare, and it's like everything is physical on the bottom, and then you've got the technology layered on top of that, but the people that are controlling the technology, but above all of that are the powers and principalities that are controlling the people that are controlling the technology.
That's right.
So that is where we're choosing to fight this battle through prayer and learning how to pray as well.
Absolutely.
And speaking certain spiritual warfare words out so that we can try to command a presence around us and our home and our family to combat this. And it's working.
That's all I have to say. It works.
It works.
It works. I tried many other things, and of course we can talk about shielding and all this different stuff. All I gotta say is having a solid foundation in your spiritual grounding works.
Mm-hmm. So with that, is there anything you'd like to say to close out your testimonies to other victims out there?
I guess I just want to say that there are many of us who are in there right with you, and that we're all looking for solutions and sharing them the best to our ability, and that we're not victims, but I think there's a higher calling for what's happening. I do think there is bigger plans slated for this platform. However, I think by us talking about this, giving our testimony to the public, and sharing some solutions is really disrupting their program in a lot of ways, because in whole, the human experience, the condition is a nonlinear system. And if you think trying to control nonlinear systems is nearly impossible. To any mathematician, they would say that's impossible. But that's what these people are trying to do. So we're in for some interesting times. However, I do think that in the end, this will be revealed, and these people actually have to come out from the shadow, and that's where the victory will be.
Thank you so much for that, and thanks everybody for listening to this testimony and interview, and we hope that it was helpful. And we will be covering this topic more and more in upcoming shows through Real Speaks, through the blog, and to try to just spread awareness around this problem and connect with as many people as we can to help others.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so the book, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can I
So
ask you a
the book
question?
is called Forbidden Tech. Before I'm shocked that they even got to even publish it, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, they said you think those polymer powders.
Yeah,
and you mix
Organite.
it with water?
I'm gonna get the book because I have no clue where to even start with that. But I know Connie Robinson. She knows a lot about this stuff, about the Organite and shielding and crystals and things like that. But for Forbidden Tech, it has in there about the patents of the technology they use, how to do this resin combination of Organite crystals, whatever metals that they were talking about that I have no background in. I do have background in the tech sector, and I worked with engineers like this very smart person, but I was just a contract manager, contract administrator in the high-tech and telecom companies that I worked for after the Air Force.
You can find them on eBay. They have the organized.
Oh, good.
eBay.